Chapter 18. All right, Your Highness, whenever you're ready. The makeup girl did a last check, and I corrected my posture, reviewing the names in my head. I nodded, and the light on the camera turned red, telling me we were filming. You've seen the extravagant tea party, you heard about the delicious food, and you saw all the breathtaking fashion. But who did you think should be eliminated? Yes, Sir Kyle looked somewhat less than manly in my tiara, and Sir Hale nearly swept me off my feet. In a bad way, I concluded with a grin. But after much deliberation, the two selected leaving us today are Kelsey Timber from White's and Holden Messenger from Bankston. How is your favorite doing? Dying to learn more about the remaining contestants? Hungry for more selection-related news? Tune into the report each Friday night for updates from me and the gentlemen themselves. And don't forget to look out for exclusive programs dedicated to the selection exclusively on the public access channel. I held my smile a few seconds longer. Cut! The director called. Excellent. Sounded perfect to me, but let's do one more for good measure. Sure. When will this go out? They'll edit all the footage from this afternoon's party tonight and get it on air tomorrow, so this should be out on Monday. I nodded. Great. One more time? Yes, Your Highness, if you don't mind. I swallowed and went over my speech again before pulling myself up into the exact same pose. At 9:10, I heard the knock on my door, and I skipped over to answer it. Kyle was there, leaning against the doorframe, tiara in hand. I heard you were missing this, he said jokingly. Come in, loser. He passed through the doorway, looking around again as if I redecorated my room daily. So, am I getting cut yet? I grinned. No, it's Kelsey and Holden. Don't let that spill, though. I can't send them away until after the garden party airs. That won't be a problem. Neither of them really speaks to me anyway. No? I asked as he handed me my tiara. I've heard they thought me being a part of the selection was unfair, and then seeing our kiss plastered everywhere sealed that opinion. I placed the tiara on the shelf with the others. Made a good call then, didn't I? He chuckled. Oh, I brought you another present. I love presents. You'll hate this one, trust me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out that spectacular disaster of a tie. I figured if you were having a bad day, you could take it to the garden and burn it. Get your aggression out on something that won't cry, unlike Leland. I wasn't trying to make him cry. Sure you weren't. I smiled, taking the wound-up fabric from his hand. I actually really like this present. It assures me that no human will be forced to wear it ever again. Looking over at him, at his hitched-up smile, I was able to push away everything for a minute. It felt like the selection wasn't even happening just then. I was a girl with a boy, and I knew what I wanted to do with that boy. I dropped the tie on the floor and put a hand on his chest. Kyle Woodwork, do you want to kiss me? He let out a whistle. Not shy at all, are you? Stop it. Yes or no? He pursed his lips, pretending to think it over. I wouldn't mind it. And you understand that me kissing you doesn't mean I actually like you, and that I would never, ever marry you? Thank goodness. Right answer. I wrapped my hand around his head, pulling him to me. And an instant later his arms were around my waist. It was the perfect balm for a long day. Kyle's kisses were direct and slow, and he made it impossible for me to think about much else. We toppled onto the bed, holding each other as we laughed. Of all the things I thought would happen when my name was called, I never dreamed I'd ever kiss you. I never dreamed you'd be good at it. Hey, he said, I've had a bit of practice. I propped myself up on my elbow. Who was your last kiss? Katerina, when the Italian family visited in August, right before I left. That doesn't surprise me at all, Kyle shrugged, not ashamed in the slightest.
What can I say? They're very friendly.
Friendly, I repeated, rolling my eyes. That's one word for it. He chuckled.
What about you?
Ask Aaron. Apparently everyone already knows.
LaRon Troy's.
How did you find out? We lay there, laughing so much we were nearly crying. I played with a button on his shirt, and he twirled a piece of my hair between kisses, and the world shrank to just the two of us.
I've never seen you like this,
he commented.
I didn't know it could be so easy to make you smile.
It's not. You must be in rare form today. Kyle wrapped an arm around me and placed his face inches from mine.
How are you feeling? I know this has got to be a crazy time for you.
Don't, I whispered.
Don't what?
Don't ruin this. I like having you here, but I'm not in need of a soulmate. You can be quiet and go back to kissing me, or you can leave. He rolled onto his back, silent for a few minutes.
Sorry, just wanted to talk.
And you can, but not about you, not about me, and definitely not about you and me together.
But it seems like you must be lonely. How in the world do you deal with all this?
I huffed, standing and pulling him to his feet. If I need advice, I talk to my parents. If I need a friendly ear, I have Aaron. You were helping for a minute, and then you had to start with the questions. I turned him around and pushed him toward the door.
Do you realize how unhealthy that is?
He asked. Are you the model of adult behavior? You can't even get your mother to cut the apron strings. Kyle rounded back, staring me down. I was sure his anger was reflected in my face. I waited for him to scold me again, as he'd done 1,000 times growing up. But his eyes softened, and before I knew it, his hand was at the base of my neck, pulling me to him. He crushed his lips to mine, and I simultaneously hated and adored him for it. All I could think of was the way his mouth moved and how I seemed so fragile in his hands. The passion slowed until the kisses were so soft they tickled. When Kyle finally pulled away, he kept his fingers teasingly close to my hair, rubbing the skin absent-mindedly.
You're so spoiled, and you're so obnoxious. But I'm here.
With a final kiss, he opened the door and left. I gazed around my room, dizzy with confusion. Why was he trying to get me to open up when he clearly couldn't stand me? And I didn't like him either. Sometimes he could be just as bratty as Josie. I went toward my closet to get ready for bed and saw his ugly tie on the floor. I'd be doing everyone a favor if I threw it away now. Maybe I would set it on fire the next time I was having a particularly wretched day. For now, I tucked it into a drawer. My thoughts the next morning were a mess. I kept wondering what Kyle's goal was last night, and I couldn't shake off how it made me feel similar to when Hale asked too many questions. They were such different people with vastly different understandings of me, yet they'd both quickly figured out how to make me back away. Would all the boys be like that? Was that something they all knew how to do? Nina? I pulled the brush through my hair, trying to tame it as my maid walked behind me in the steam-filled bathroom, picking up the pajamas I'd left on the floor. Yes, Your Highness. She caught my eyes in the mirror as we spoke. I feel like it's been a while since we've talked about your boyfriend. What's his name again? A smile crept up on her face. Mark, why do you ask? I'm surrounded by a million boys, just wondering how it is when you only have to deal with one. She shook her head at me. One boy on a string is a wonderful thing, she said, her happiness forcing me to smile along with her. He's doing great. He finally got into a university, and he's studying all the time. I get a call from him maybe once or twice a week. It's not much, but we both have pretty full schedules. I do need constant supervision, I said with a wink. Amen. Does he mind much that you're far away and busy? She straightened the clothes looped over her arm. No, his program is very demanding, so for now it's actually helpful. I leaned my head to one side, continuing to brush. That's interesting. What's he studying? Mark is a chemist. He's studying biochemistry specifically. My eyes widened. Really? Such a range in your professions. She frowned. There's no caste system anymore, Your Highness. People can date and marry anyone they want to. I turned away from the mirror to look at her directly. That's not what I mean. It's simply intriguing to me, the dynamic you must have. You have my laundry in your arms, and he might cure a disease. Those are two incredibly different roles in the world. Nina swallowed and dropped everything on the ground. I won't be doing your laundry forever. I made a choice to come here, and I can leave whenever I like. Nina? I don't feel well, she said abruptly. I'll send someone else up to help you. She didn't even curtsy. Nina, I was simply talking. The door slammed, and I looked after her, shocked that she so shamelessly left without permission. I hadn't meant to offend her. I was merely curious, and that one observation didn't even begin to touch on the things I truly wanted to ask about. I finished my hair and makeup on my own. When the substitute maid showed up, I sent her away. Just because Nina was in a bad mood didn't mean she could get out of her work. I could take care of myself, and she could clean tomorrow. I picked up the applications for the remaining boys in the selection. Whether I liked it or not, I knew what was expected of me. All I needed was to find situations that kept things as close to the surface as possible. Ian was certainly captivating, but his charisma was almost too overwhelming. I wasn't sure I was prepared to spend time alone with him. Edwin was harmless enough. I pulled out Apsel's sheet and looked it over. Nothing extraordinary there. I was tempted to send him home for being so bland, but after the reaction over the first elimination, I didn't think I could get away with that. Kyle's form came up next, but he was a no at the moment. Winslow was, I hated to say it, considerably unattractive. The more and more I looked at him, the easier it was to see. I didn't think I had a type, but he made me wonder if I had an anti-type. Ivan. Was this the guy who smelled vaguely of chlorine? Near the bottom of the pile, Jack Ranger's picture jumped out at me. I had caught him staring at me a few times at the party, but we hadn't spoken. I took that to mean he might still be intimidated enough for me to get through an evening together without him leaving me feeling as unpleasant as some of the others had. I wrote a note out on my stationery, inviting him to watch a movie with me tonight. That was an easy enough date. No unnecessary talking. I'd have a butler deliver it to him once Jack had joined the others. I was planning to always announce dates by sending a letter into or drawing the boys out of the room. That should make things interesting. I sped through breakfast, ready to work. Looking at these endless requests and bills and budgets and proposals wasn't exactly my favorite thing, but it kept me busy, and I liked having my mind occupied all day. My nights and weekends for the next 3 months would belong to those boys, but the rest of the time, I had a different job to do.
Evelyn, dear,
Dad said, taking a break for some tea.
I didn't get to tell you, but I thought the garden party was a success. I saw some of the stories in the papers this morning, and it was very well covered.
I glanced at a few myself, and I caught a little of the special they did, and it all looked nicely done. I stretched in my chair, achy from sitting still. He smiled.
Indeed. I think you should try to do another event like that soon. Something with the group that people can see.
Something that might have an elimination afterward?
If you think that would help.
I walked over to his desk, pouring myself some of his tea. I think it adds something. Like, people might be more interested if their favorite might be on the line. He considered that.
Interesting. Any thoughts on how it would be structured?
No, but I thought, since we're supposed to be looking for a prince here, it might be good to test them on the things they would need to know as a prince. History or policy. I think there's a way to make it playful, kind of like a game show, maybe. He laughed.
The public would eat that up.
I sipped my tea. See, I have great ideas. I don't need a prince.
Eidlin, you could run the world on your own if you needed to. That's not the point,
he said with a chuckle. We'll see. Chapter 19. I stopped by Jack's room after dinner, and he was waiting for me outside the door. That was kind of strange, but I figured his nerves had gotten the best of him. Good evening, Jack, I said, approaching.
Your Highness,
he replied with a bow. You can call me Eidlin. He smiled.
Great, Eidlin.
There was an awkward silence as I waited for him to offer his arm. He simply stood there, his smile tight but his eyes animated. When I finally gave up on him figuring it out, I pointed toward the stairs. It's this way.
Super.
Then he started walking ahead of me, even though he didn't know the way. No, Jack, we need to turn here. I said the same thing maybe 3 or 4 times as we traveled, and he never apologized. He simply went where I told him, as if he'd been planning to go that way all along. I did my best to let his missteps slide. With a handful of boys already mentally lined up for the next elimination, I didn't want a reason to add Jack to that list. The palace went up 4 stories, but it went down much farther. The report was filmed on the sub-1 floor, and there was a storage area as well as the theater. The staff and guards also had rooms on the 1st and 2nd sub-levels, but their quarters weren't connected to the theater wing. There was also a monstrous safe room beneath all of that. I'd only had to go there twice that I remembered, once during a drill when I was 3, and once when the last string of rebels attacked us shortly after. It was strange to think about it. The rebels were gone, but now we were faced with different pockets of people fighting the monarchy. I almost wished the rebels still existed. At least we could put a name to that. At least back then we knew exactly who we were fighting. I shook my head, coming back to the situation at hand. I was on a date. As I remembered that fact, I chided myself. Dad would have wanted a camera here for this. Oh well, next time. So, I hope you like movies.
I do,
Jack replied enthusiastically. Good, I do as well. But it's not always possible for me to go out to the theater. We have access to a few new films downstairs, though our options are limited. Chances are, we'll have something good.
That's great.
It was strange, this fine line he was walking between being rude and polite. I wondered if he simply didn't know how many mistakes he was making. A butler had already made us popcorn, and I used the remote to scroll through our options. How about Eye of the Beholder? I suggested. The brief description hinted at romance and drama, as did the poster image.
That sounds okay. Any action in that one?
I don't think so. There is in Black Diamonds. The picture was dark and brooding, with the silhouette of a man with a gun off to one side. It wasn't something I'd have seen of my own volition.
Yeah, that sounds good.
We have other choices, I said, trying to make my way back to the menu.
But this is what I want to watch. It won't be too scary. And if it is, you can snuggle up next to me.
I made a face, wondering if I should have given Apsel more consideration. The seats in our theater were wide and very soft. The only way I could snuggle up to anyone would be to squish myself into his seat, which was not going to happen. Also, I'd rather be scarred for life than admit to being afraid. Then again, that wasn't what I was worried about with this movie. It simply didn't seem worth watching. I sighed, feeling a little overrun. Again, it was as if he wasn't aware of how foolish he was acting. I let it go, thinking I'd need to tell Dad that the boys as a whole required more etiquette training, and started the movie. Long story short, main guy's dad was killed by bad guy. Main guy spends his life tracking down bad guy, but bad guy slips from his grasp several times. Main guy sleeps with super blonde. Super blonde disappears. Main guy kills bad guy, and super blonde shows up again. Oh, and some things explode. Jack seemed to enjoy it, but I was bored. If super blonde had killed someone, I might have cared a little more. But at least we didn't have to talk. When the credits rolled, I used the remote to raise the lights.
So, what did you think?
He asked, his eyes bright with excitement. It was okay. Definitely seen better. The movie seemed to leave him hyper-animated.
But the effects were incredible.
Sure, but the story was tired. He squinted his eyes.
I liked it.
All right.
Does that make you upset?
I made a face. No, it just means you have bad taste. He laughed, a dark sound that was more foreboding than friendly.
I love it when you do that.
Do what? I stood and took my popcorn bowl to the counter, leaving it for the staff.
I've been waiting all night for a little of your attitude.
Excuse me?
I've been hoping you'd get mad or snippy.
He brought his bowl over too.
When you cleared out the men's parlor the day after the parade, that was great. I mean, I don't want to go home, but I wouldn't be devastated if you yelled at me.
I stared at him. Jack, you do realize we've hardly spoken to each other, and in the first conversation we have, you reveal that my anger turns you on. Do you see how this might be a lapse in judgment on your part? He broke into a smile, undeterred.
I thought you'd appreciate my honesty. I have the feeling you get irritated easily, and I want you to know, that doesn't bother me. I actually like it.
Jack reached for my hand and I ripped it away. You thought wrong. This date is over. Good night. He caught up to me, grabbing me again. I didn't want to admit how scared I was, but I could feel the icy strands of fear pulsing through my veins. He was bigger than me, and he seemed to enjoy a fight.
Don't run off, he said silkily. I'm only trying to tell you that I think I could be a good fit for you, an easy match.
He ran his fingers down my cheek and under my jaw. His breathing was speeding up, and I knew I couldn't waste time. I had to get out of here now. I squinted my eyes. And I'm only trying to tell you that if you don't remove your hand, you will be dead before you could be a match for anyone.
Hot.
He smirked, seeming to think I was enjoying this.
This is a fun little game.
Let me go. He loosened his hand, but I could still see the wild excitement in his eyes.
This was fun. Let's do it again soon.
I went for the stairs, praying he wouldn't chase me. From this second forward, there would be cameras on every single date. When I made my way breathlessly to the first floor, I found a pair of officers and ran straight to them.
Your Highness,
the first gasped as I fell into his arms. Get him out of here, I insisted, pointing toward the stairs. "Jack, get him out of my house!" The guards let me go, sprinting to capture him, and I cowered on the floor, petrified.
"Eidlin?"
Just behind me, Aaron was approaching. I let out a cry and bolted into his embrace.
"What happened? Are you hurt?"
"It was Jack," I stammered. "He grabbed my arm. He touched me." I shook my head, trying to understand how it escalated so quickly, only then seeing it hadn't been fast at all. He was often watching me, never approaching, quietly biding his time. Even tonight his moves were slow, watching my rising frustration with a reserved thrill of energy, enjoying the building tension until the moment of release. He kept saying strange things, and the way he looked at me, Aaron, I've never been so scared. We both turned at the uproar coming up the stairs. The two guards were wrestling with Jack, getting him up to the landing. Once his eyes fell on me, he began snarling.
"You liked it,"
he insisted.
"You were coming on to me."
Grabbing my hand, Aaron pulled me over to Jack. Though my instinct was to run in the other direction, he planted me right in front of Jack's face.
"Knock his lights out, Eidlin,"
Aaron commanded. I stared up at him, thinking it was a joke, but the rage in his eyes told me otherwise. I was tempted. I couldn't retaliate when people called me names or criticized my clothes. I couldn't go back to the parade and tell all those people how foolishly they'd acted. But here, for once, I could take revenge on someone who truly wronged me. I might have done it if it wasn't for Jack's wicked grin. Like he hoped I would, like he'd dream about the touch later. Sex and violence were connected in his head, and to give him one was close to giving the other. "I can't," I whispered. Jack gave a fake pout.
"You sure, sweetie? I wouldn't mind."
I'd never seen Aaron throw a punch before. It was almost as shocking as Jack's limp body after my brother's fist forced his head to whip back at an awkward angle. Aaron grunted, holding his hand.
"Ah, that hurts! Ow! That really hurts!"
"Let's get you to the hospital wing," I urged, pointing Aaron down the hall.
"Your Highness, should we take him with you?"
I looked at Jack's limp form, noting the rise and fall of his chest. "No, get him on a plane, conscious or not." I piled into Aaron's bed with him on one side and Caden on the other. Aaron was flexing his wrapped fingers, which were badly bruised.
"Does it hurt?"
Caden asked, seeming more excited than worried.
"A little, but I'd do it all over again in a second."
I smiled up at my twin, so grateful for him.
"If I had been there,"
Caden started,
"I'd have challenged him to a duel."
I giggled as Aaron reached across me to ruffle his hair.
"Sorry, buddy. It all happened too quickly for me to think of that."
Caden shook his head.
"All those years of sword fighting lessons for nothing." "You were always better than me anyway,"
Aaron said, as Austin came in without knocking, a phone to his ear.
"If only you had practiced more,"
Caden chastised. Austin landed on the bed, chatting into the phone.
Yeah? Okay, hold on."
He turned the receiver away and looked to me.
Where was that Jack guy from, anyway?"
I tried to remember his form. Paloma, I think? Caden nodded.
"It was Paloma."
"Awesome." Austin spoke into the phone again. "Did you hear that? I'll be in touch." He hung up and slid the phone into his pocket as we all stared at him. I laughed. I'd usually try to stop whatever you're doing, but I'm not even going to ask.
"I think that's for the best."
I looked around at all my brothers, so caring and smart and puckish. So many times I'd hated them for not being older than me, for forcing me into a role I never wanted. Tonight, maybe for the first time, I loved them for exactly who they were. Caden was distracting. Aaron had defended me. And Austin, well, he'd help in his own way. Austin had left the door open, and Mom and Dad walked in to find all their children together. Mom seemed happy to see her family safe, but Dad was shaken. He put one hand on his hip and gestured with the other.
Everyone okay?
Slightly spooked, I admitted.
And a little bruised,
Aaron added. Dad swallowed, taking us all in.
Elin, I'm so sorry. I don't know how he slipped through the cracks. I thought the applications were vetted and I had no idea.
He stopped, looking as though he was close to tears. I'm all right, Daddy. He nodded, but didn't speak. Mom stepped forward, taking over.
We'd like to put some guidelines in place. Perhaps have a guard nearby on any dates from here on out, or have all dates in a public area.
That, or have photographers. I think that would help too. I cursed myself again for not remembering earlier.
Excellent idea, sweetie. We want to keep this safe. Which reminds me, Dad said, under control again. How do you want to proceed with Jack? Should we cover this up? Press formal charges? Personally, I'd like to tear him limb from limb, but that's really up to you.
I smiled. No charges. But let's not cover it up. Let everyone know exactly what kind of man he is. That will be punishment enough.
Very wise,
Aaron agreed. Dad folded his arms, considering.
If that's what you want, that's what we'll do. I've been told he's on his way home now, and that will be the end of it.
Thank you. Dad put his arm around Mom, and they turned to leave, Mom taking one last look at all of us.
By the way,
Dad said, glancing over his shoulder.
While I agree with the sentiment behind throwing him out without seeing if he regained consciousness, if he had died, that would have looked really bad.
I pressed my lips together, but I knew my eyes were smiling. Fine. No more carelessly tossing people out through the gates. And more sword fights, Caden yelled. While Aaron and I laughed, our parents shook their heads.
Good night. Don't stay up too late, Mom warned.
And we didn't mean to, but we did end up talking for a long time. I eventually fell asleep with Caden's back pressed against mine, Aaron's arm under my head, and Austin holding on to one of my feet. I woke early the next morning, well before the others, and smiled at my brothers, my protectors. The sister in me wanted to stay, but the princess in me got up and went to prepare for the new day. Chapter 20. While we sat at the breakfast table the next morning, I found myself looking over the boys, searching for signs that anyone else might be like Jack. I kept thinking that if I'd paid more attention those first few days, I'd have been able to see there was something off about him. Then my eyes passed over some of the others I'd gotten to know, like Hale and Henry. Even Eric's presence was a welcome one. After meeting them, I couldn't let one boy make me fearful of all the others. And in truth, I really didn't have the privilege of being fearful. So I pulled myself together, remembering who I was. I couldn't run scared. As the meal drew to a close, I stood, commanding their attention. Gentlemen, I have a surprise for you. In 15 minutes, please come meet me in the studio for a little game. Some laughed and others clapped, but they didn't know what was waiting for them. I almost felt bad. I left the room before them, going to make sure my dress and hair looked right for filming. Shortly thereafter, the boys filed in, all of them seeming a little stunned by the set. I sat in front, a bit like a school teacher, while they each had a stool with a paper and marker and a large, cartoonish name tag like the ones I'd seen on TV game shows. "Welcome, gentlemen," I sang. "Please come find your seat." The cameras were already rolling, capturing the nervous smiles and confused head shaking as they found their places and stuck on their tags. Today, we're having a pop quiz on all things Ilya. We'll be discussing history, foreign affairs, and domestic policies. When you get an answer right, one of the maids standing by, I said, motioning to the ladies waiting in the wings, will come and put a gold checkmark sticker on you. Get one wrong, and they'll bring a black X. The boys chuckled with excitement and anxiety, looking at the basket of stickers. Don't worry, this is all for fun. But I will be using this information to help decide my next elimination. If you get the most wrong, it doesn't mean you're automatically out. But I'm watching, I teased, pointing a finger at them. First question, I announced. This is an important one. When is my birthday? There were several laughs as the boys bent their heads, scribbling answers and peeking at their neighbors' answers. Okay, hold up your signs, I ordered, and gawked humorously at the range of dates. Kyle, of course, knew it was April 16th, and he had plenty of company. But there were only a few who knew the year as well. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and give this to anyone who got April at all. All right, Fox called enthusiastically, and Lodge and Calvin high-fived in the back. The maids crossed the stage, and boys who got an X wailed comically, but took the stickers without sulking. Here's one with lots of potential answers. Who would you consider Ilya's greatest allies? Some correctly guessed France, Italy, and New Asia, while Henry held up Swendway, followed by several exclamation points. Julian's sign had several arrows drawn up to his face and had "me" written in large letters. I pointed at him. Wait. What does that even mean? I asked, trying to suppress a smile. His grin was huge as he shrugged. I just think I'd be a really great friend. I shook my head. Ridiculous. But I didn't think I came off sounding as reproachful as I meant to. A maid raised her hand on the side of the stage. So, does he still get an X, or... Oh, that's an X, I assured her, and the boys chuckled, even Julian. Most correctly named August Ilya as Dad's partner in eradicating the rebel forces, and they all knew the history of the Fourth World War. By the time we got to the end, I was pleased that the majority of them were so well informed. Let me see. Who has the most checks? The maids helped me count across the rows, which was very efficient, since they had handed out the points. Hale has 6, so do Raoul and Ian. Bravo, gentlemen. I clapped, and the others joined in before realizing what was next. Okay, and now, who has the most X marks? The maids quickly pointed to the back corner, where poor Henry was covered with black. Oh no, Henry! I yelled with a laugh, trying to communicate how little stock I took in the game. I really had hoped to weed out someone this way, but I knew Henry's lack of information came from living in the country for only a year, or a misunderstanding of the questions in translation. Who else do we have? Burke and Ivan. Not too terrible. They had each done pretty badly, but still had 3 correct answers over Henry. At least it confirmed my lack of excitement over Ivan. Thank you all for indulging me this morning, and I will keep this information in mind as I continue to narrow down suitors in the next few weeks. Congratulations on being so intelligent. I applauded them, and they patted one another on the back as the cameras powered down. Before you go, gentlemen, I have one last question, and it comes from some very recent history, so you all had best get it right." They nervously murmured among themselves, ready for the challenge. "If you know the answer, feel free to just shout it out. Ready? When is it acceptable to put your hands on me without my permission?" I stared at them all, stone-faced, daring a single one of them to laugh. They exchanged glances with one another, but it was only Hale who was brave enough to answer. "Never," he called out. "That is correct. You'd all do well to remember that. Jack Ranger was let off easy, with nothing more than a punch to his face from my brother and the shame of his ejection. If another one of you attempts to touch me without my consent, you will be caned, or worse. Are we clear?" The room was still. "I'll take that as a yes." I walked away, hoping my words would linger after me. The game was over, and they couldn't be left doubting that. After lunch, Dad was a little late getting into the office, which was rare, so I was alone when Lady Bryce came knocking on the door. "Your Highness," she greeted. "Is your father not here yet?" "No, not sure what's holding him up." She tidied the stack of papers in her arms, thinking. I really needed to speak with him. Lady Bryce looked so young sometimes. She was much older than me, of course, but not quite Dad's age. I never really knew what to make of her. Not that I disliked her or anything, but I always wondered why she was the only woman Dad worked with. "Anything I could help you with?" I offered. She looked down, thinking it over. "I'm not sure how widely he'd want to share this information, so I don't think so, sorry." I smiled, knowing she meant it. "No problem. Lady Bryce, can I ask you a question? You're very smart and kind. Why haven't you ever married?" She giggled a little. "I am married. To this job. It means a lot to me, and I'd rather do it well than seek out a spouse." I rolled my eyes. Amen to that. "I know you understand. And the only people I ever get to see are the other advisors, and I don't think I'd want to be in a relationship with any of them, so I'll just keep working." I nodded. "I respect that. I think people assume women aren't happy without a husband and children, but you seem quite satisfied." She shrugged. "I think about it. I might adopt one day. I do think motherhood is an honor, and not everyone does it well." The hint of bitterness in her tone made me think she was referring to her own mother, but I didn't want to ask about specifics. "I know. I'm fortunate to have such a wonderful one." She sighed, melting a little. "Your mom is a natural. In a way, she was like a second mother to me when I was younger, and I learned a lot from her." I squinted. "I didn't realize you'd been around the palace that long." I tried to remember if there was a time when I hadn't seen her in the hallways, though I'd never paid much attention to the advisors until I hit 13 and started working with Dad in earnest. Perhaps I simply didn't notice. "Yes, miss. I've been here almost as long as you," she replied with a laugh. "Your parents are far too generous." 18 years was a long time to hold a position in the palace, especially as an advisor. Dad switched most people in and out every 5 to 8 years, based on recommendations and the mood of the country. What kept Lady Bryce in her place for so long? I studied her as she swept her hair over her shoulder and smiled. Had Dad let her stay because she was attractive? No. I felt guilty for even thinking Dad could be capable of being that shallow or selfish. "Well, I'm sorry I can't help you, but I'll tell Dad you came by." "Thanks, Your Highness. It's not terribly urgent, so there's no rush. You have a good day." "You too." She curtsied and left, and I watched the door long after she was gone. Curious about this woman I'd apparently known all my life without realizing it. I shrugged it away, turning back to my papers. Between the selection and work, There was no room in my head for Lady Bryce. Chapter 21. Dinner that night was pleasant, because I could tell the boys had learned from Jack's mistake. They all sat a little taller as I entered, nodding their heads as I passed, and I sensed that, once again, I'd regained control. Dad looked a little calmer as well, though I could tell he hadn't quite let go of all his worry. Aaron leaned across the table to give me a conspiratorial wink, and it was almost like this terrible thing had made life a little better. Dad had suggested that I try to make conversation with the boys at dinner, but calling out over all those people felt rude. I didn't think I could do that, at least not in a way that felt natural. I knew that, even with what I'd gone through, I was expected to get back out there. Instead of talking, I looked at my options. Of all the boys left, Ian struck me as the most intimidating. Not because he seemed violent in any way, but because of that constant pride and calmness that hung around him, like an earthquake couldn't make him move if he didn't want to. So maybe going out with him next would conquer a fear in some way. There was no way he was as impervious as he seemed. We'd simply need to do something in the open, and make sure the photographers came. As if he could read my thoughts, Ian looked up at me at that very second, and I turned away, pretending to be engrossed with my brother. I noticed Caden was reading a newspaper beneath the table. "What's that article about?" I asked. He answered without looking away, like he was trying to finish his day's work before the end of dinner. "A collection going around in an area in Midston. They're raising money for a girl to go to art school. She's talented, but she can't afford to study on her own. She says... Hold on. Here it is. I come from a line of threes. My family thinks it's beneath me to study art, even though the castes no longer exist. It's hard. I remind them that the Queen was born of 5 and she's brilliant. They won't pay for my schooling, so I'm asking for help to pursue my dreams. Look at the picture of her paintings. They aren't bad." I grew up with a deep appreciation for art, and while her work wasn't an aesthetic I particularly cared for, I could see she was talented. "They're good. It's so silly. The point of getting rid of the castes was so people could have the choice of whatever profession they wanted, and they're not even using it. It's almost like they don't want it to work. Setting up a system to allow something doesn't mean people will do it. Obviously," I commented coldly, sipping my drink. "The key is to make them understand that. Do you remember Mom showing us those old history books, and how the United States had that paper?" He paused to think of the name. "The Declaration of Independence. And it said the people were allowed to pursue happiness, but no person making that document could actually hand over happiness." I smiled. "You're too smart. I'd take that as a compliment, but last week you were caught kissing Kyle in the dark." "Oh, ha ha ha," I said, tempted to stick out my tongue at him. It's not like my opinion ever mattered much anyway. "Are you going to marry Kyle?" I nearly choked. "No!" Caden laughed wildly, making most of the room look our way. "I take it back," I said, dabbing my lips. "You are a singularly gifted idiot." I stood, flicking Caden's ear as I passed. "Hey!" "Thanks for being there for me, Caden. You're a great brother." He rubbed at his ear, still grinning. "I try." Marry Kyle, I thought, doing my best not to burst out laughing again. If he could continue to be discreet, the chances of me kissing Kyle again were very, very high. But I couldn't imagine actually being married to him. I wasn't sure I could imagine being married to any of these boys. I wasn't sure I could imagine being married at all. I slowed, looking at some of their faces as I passed. What would it be like to fall asleep next to Hale? Or to have Baden slip a ring on my finger? I tried to picture it and couldn't. I remembered Aaron mentioning that some of the selected asked him if it was possible I liked girls, but even thinking about that made me laugh. I knew that wasn't what was stopping me from genuinely being able to connect with a boy, but I sensed now that something was. It wasn't simply a desire to be independent. There was a wall around me, and I wasn't completely sure why. But wall or no wall, I'd made a promise. When I got to Ian, I paused. "Mr. Cable." He stood and bowed.
"Yes, Your Highness."
"Do you ride horses?"
"I do."
"Would you like to accompany me on a ride tomorrow?" A wicked glint came into his eye.
"I would."
"Excellent. See you then." I chose to wear a dress and do the whole thing side saddle. It wasn't my favorite way to ride, but I thought a touch of femininity would add to the purpose of the afternoon. When I walked out to the stables, Ian was waiting for me, saddling his horse. "Ian," I called as I approached. He lifted his head and waved. He was very handsome, the kind of person I thought people expected to see next to me. Every action of his was controlled, and I was determined to match him and not let myself be anxious.
"Are you ready?"
he asked. "Almost. I need to grab my saddle." I walked past him into the stalls.
"Is that what you're going to wear?"
I whipped back around. I can do more in 10 minutes wearing this dress than most men can do all day wearing pants. He laughed.
"I don't doubt it."
Butterscotch was at the back, in a slightly wider stall than most of the others. A princess's horse deserved some space and a good view. I prepped her and walked back to Ian. "If you don't mind, we're going to take some photos in the garden first."
"Oh, no, that's fine."
We took our horses by the reins and walked them around the garden. A man with a camera was there, snapping shots of the sky or trees as he waited. When he saw us, he came over.
"Your Highness," he greeted, shaking my hand. "I'm Peter. I thought it'd be nice to get a few pictures of the two of you together."
"Thank you." I petted Butterscotch. "Where do you want us?" Peter looked around.
"If you can put the horses by a tree, I think a couple of shots in front of this fountain would look nice."
I let go of Butterscotch, knowing she wouldn't run. "Come on," I said warmly. Once he had tied his horse to a branch, I took his hands. Peter wasted no time. Ian and I smiled and looked shyly away from each other, and this little walk was documented in pictures. We stood in front of the fountain, sat against a shrub, and even took a couple of pictures in front of the horses. When Peter announced that would be plenty, I nearly threw my arms up in celebration. He walked off rather quickly, grabbing his bags and double-checking his camera. I looked around, and as promised, we weren't completely alone. Guards lined the palace walls, and a few workers moved around the grounds, tending the grass and paths. "Here, Butterscotch." I walked up to her, and she flicked her tail. Ian masterfully mounted his horse, and I was happy that he was as competent as he'd led me to believe.
"Forgive me, but that seemed a bit staged,"
Ian said, as we trotted toward the edge of the lawn. "I know, but allowing them to capture staged moments means that I get to keep the candid moments private."
"Interesting. So, was that scene with Kyle staged or private then?"
I smirked. Wow, he was quick. "Last time we spoke, it sounded like you had something you wanted to talk about," I reminded him.
"I do. I want to be honest with you, but that will require you being completely honest with me. Can you do that?"
Looking into his face, I wasn't sure I could give him what he asked for. Not today. "That depends."
"On?"
"Many things. I don't tend to divulge my soul to people I've only known 2 weeks." We trotted on for a few minutes in silence.
"Favorite food?"
he asked, a satisfied smile on his face. "Do mimosas count?" He chuckled.
Sure. What else? Favorite place you've ever visited?
Italy. Partly for the food and partly for the company. If they come here, you have to meet the royal family. They're too much fun.
I'd like that. Okay. Favorite color?
Red.
Power color. Nice.
He stopped quizzing me for a moment and we continued on our path around the palace. It was kind of peaceful. We passed the front gates, and the gardeners stopped their work and bowed as we went by. Once we were out of their hearing, Ian brought his horse closer to mine.
I could be very wrong, but I'm going to take a guess at some things about you.
Go ahead, I dared. He hesitated.
Hold on. Let's stop over here.
Along the palace wall, there was a lone bench, and we pulled up to it. I hopped off Butterscotch and sat on the small space with Ian.
Your Highness.
Eadlin.
Eadlin.
He swallowed, showing the first chink in his super-confident armor.
I get the feeling that the selection isn't something you truly wanted to do.
I said nothing.
If it was, perhaps it's not what you thought it would be. And now you're in a situation you don't particularly like. Most women would die to have dozens of men at their beck and call, but you come across as distant.
I smiled kindly. I told you, I don't open up to people I just met. He shook his head.
I've seen you on the report for years. You seem above something like this.
I inhaled deeply, unsure what to say.
I come to you with an offer. You may not need it at all, but I want to present the option all the same.
What could you, sir, offer to your future queen? He smiled, seeming sure of himself again.
A way out.
It was risky to ask what he meant, but I couldn't help being curious. How?
I would never hold you down. I would never hold you back. I wouldn't even ask you to love me. If you choose me, you can have a marriage free of conventional restraints. Make me your king, and you would be free to reign however you see fit.
I brushed out my dress. You would never be king. He tilted his head comically.
Not your type?
I rolled my eyes. That's neither here nor there. Any man who married me would never be king. He would be a prince consort, as no one can hold a title higher than mine.
I'd take that.
I leaned on the arm of the bench. Out of curiosity, why make such an offer? You're very charismatic, quite handsome. I'd assume you could have a marriage filled with happiness, which makes me wonder why you would commit yourself to one you just admitted would be loveless. He nodded.
That's a fair question. Personally, I believe love to be overrated.
I couldn't help but smile.
I come from a large family. 6 children. I've managed to scrape by, but I don't want to live that life forever. The chance at a comfortable life with an agreeable woman is better than anything else I can hope for.
Agreeable? I raised an eyebrow. Is that it? He chuckled.
I like you. You are yourself at all costs. I certainly don't consider marrying a clever, beautiful, powerful woman settling, and I can offer you the means to an end, if you find no one suitable in this group. Honestly, I can tell you, the majority of these guys are jokes, and you can give me something I've never had.
I considered. So far, the selection hadn't been anything I'd expected. It had opened with people assaulting me with food, complaining about my first elimination, and judging my kiss with Kyle. Even though I was just figuring out that, for me, there was something inherently unappealing about getting married, I couldn't help but wonder if I'd take someone, simply for the sake of making Dad happy. Every time I looked into his eyes, I was more and more aware of how tired he seemed. I loved my dad, but I also loved myself, and I would have to live with me much longer.
You don't have to say yes or no, Ian said, drawing me back to the moment. I'm simply saying that I'm here, if you need me. I nodded. I can't say if I'll even consider it. I stood. For now, let's continue our ride. I don't get to see my butterscotch nearly enough. And we did ride, for quite a while longer. But Ian didn't speak much. It was comfortable in a way not to be burdened with the need to make conversation. Ian would take my silence gratefully. I wondered if that could last, if he would eventually tire of that kind of life. For the time being, I studied him. Handsome, proud, straightforward. His confidence didn't hinge on my approval, and I knew I wouldn't worry about receiving his. I could possibly be married without actually feeling like I was. He might be a very attractive suitor indeed. Chapter 22. I sent Ian in shortly thereafter, and he didn't protest at all, maybe proving right away that he would be as compliant as I needed him to be. It was certainly an interesting proposition, though I'd have to get much further along in this process before I could even know if I'd need to use it or not. Too soon. I had to get ready for dinner, so I put butterscotch away and took a brush to my boots. I wasn't terribly dirty. Night-night, I whispered to my horse, slipping her a piece of sugar before heading back to the palace. Eadlin, someone called as I entered the palace. It was Kyle. He was talking with Henry, Eric, Fox, and Burke. He gave the others a sign to wait for him and jogged down the hall to me. Hey, he said, his crooked smile settling on his face. He looked a little nervous. How are you? Good. I was talking with some of the guys, and we have a proposal for you. I sighed. Another one? Huh? Nothing. I shook my head to clear it. Should I come speak to them now? Well, yeah, but I wanted to ask you something first. Sure. Kyle stuffed his hands in his pockets. Are we okay? I squinted. Kyle, you realize you're not actually my boyfriend, right? He chuckled. Yeah, I do, but I don't know. I liked having someone to show my designs to and laugh with, and I wanted to come check on you after I heard about Jack, but I was afraid you wouldn't want to talk about it. Then I was afraid that staying away would make you upset too. Do you know how difficult you are? I'd forget, but you keep reminding me, I teased. Kyle fidgeted. I'll ease up. But seriously, are we okay? I watched as he bit his lip, and I had to fight myself from daydreaming about them. He said he was here for me, so I hoped, maybe, I'd get to feel those lips again. Yes, Kyle, we're okay. Don't worry so much. All right, come over here. I think you're gonna like this idea. We turned and walked down to the cluster of boys waiting. Henry immediately kissed my hand. Hello today, he greeted, making me laugh. Hello, Henry. Burke. Fox. Hi, Eric. Your Highness, Burke began. Maybe this is out of line, but we were thinking that the selection is a very challenging time for you. I chuckled. You have no idea. Fox smiled. He and Burke looked a little comical next to each other. Burke was so burly and he was so lean. It has to be crazy. You have your work to do, and then you need to find time to do solo dates or try to get around to everyone at a party. It seems exhausting. So we had an idea, Kyle said. Could the four of us do something with you this week? This was completely brilliant. Yes, I exclaimed. That would be great. Any ideas on what to do? We were thinking about cooking together. Burke's face was so happy I couldn't say no, even though that was exactly what I wanted to do. Cooking, I said, a fake smile plastered on my face. Come on, Kyle urged. It'll be fun. I exhaled nervously. All right,
Cooking. How about tomorrow night?
Perfect,
Fox said quickly, like he was worried I'd change my mind. Okay, Thursday, 6 o'clock. I'll meet you in the foyer and we can walk to the kitchens together. This was going to be a nightmare. If you'll excuse me, I have to get ready for dinner. I headed upstairs wondering if there was any way to make this better. I doubted it. Nina, I called, walking into my room. Yes, miss. Can you start a bath? I need one before dinner. Certainly. I wrestled with my boots and flung off my dress. Besides the simple giving and responding to orders, we hadn't spoken much lately. And I had to admit, it was hard on me. My room was my retreat, the place I rested and sketched and hid from the world. Nina was a part of that, and her being upset with me set everything off kilter. I walked into the bathroom, happy to find that she was dropping pieces of lavender into the tub without me asking. Nina, you're a mind reader. I try, she said slyly. I moved cautiously, not wanting to anger her again. Have you heard from Mark recently? It seemed she couldn't help her smile. Yes, just yesterday. What did you say he studied again? I slipped into the warm water, already feeling better. Biochemistry. She looked down. I admit, he uses plenty of words I don't understand when he tells me about it, but I get the idea of what he means. I wasn't trying to imply I thought you were stupid, Nina. I was curious. I thought that was obvious. Biochemistry. Something about that rang a bell. She sighed and dropped more lavender into the bath. It came out much harsher than that. There are boys here from very different walks of life than mine. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with some of them. It was intriguing that the two of you do such varied jobs and still manage to share common ground. She shook her head. We work. It's not something you can figure out on paper. Some people are meant to be together. I leaned back in the tub. If there was no way to explain anything, then why bother? I thought again of Ian's offer and Kyle's worry and Hale's questions. I couldn't believe how murky everything had become. I barely understood my own feelings anymore. I knew I wanted my independence, and the idea of any man coming up behind me trying to fix my work or do it for me was unacceptable. Then I thought of Dad's gray hairs, slowly mixing in with the blonde, and wondered how far I'd go to make his life easier. It was strange. Basically, every boy downstairs was an option, if I really had to choose one. And each of them could easily hurl my world into a new trajectory. I didn't like that. I wanted to be in charge of my path. I wondered if that was the reason for putting a fence around myself, if it was the worry that anyone who crossed it would take away my control. But maybe that control was an illusion. Even if I passed on all the selected boys, would someone eventually come along and make me not even care about control? Would he cause me to hand it over willingly? It seemed impossible, something I certainly couldn't have imagined happening a few weeks ago. There were still plenty of reasons to keep my guard up, and I knew I would. Still, I didn't think I'd be able to ignore the way these boys were affecting me much longer. Chapter 23. I waited nervously in the palace foyer. I wasn't sure about what I was wearing. What did people wear to cook? Or how to fake expertise in the kitchen, or how to dispense attention evenly among 4 suitors. And while I knew having a photographer there was both good for publicity and personal safety, the idea of someone documenting this night did not make me feel any less jittery. I pulled at my shirt, which was rather plain in case I got dirty, and touched my hair, making sure it was still in place. The clock showed the boys were 4 minutes late, and I was getting antsy. Just as I was about to send a butler to fetch them, I heard the echo of voices in the hallway. Kyle rounded the corner first. Burke was right beside him, clearly trying to buddy up to the alleged leader of the pack. Fox was with Henry, both smiling quietly. Not far behind, Eric walked with his hands tucked behind him. His presence was necessary, but I sensed he felt a little out of place as the sole non-participant in a group date. Kyle rubbed his hands together.
You ready to eat?
Eat? Yes. Cook? We'll see how that goes. I tried to hide my worry with a smile, but I think Kyle knew.
So is it true you two have known each other your whole lives?
Burke asked. It was so abrupt. I didn't know how to respond.
Trust me, you've got the better end of the deal,
Kyle replied smoothly, elbowing him in the ribs. It's true, I confirmed. It's like Kyle said on the report. I never considered him boyfriend material until I was forced to. He's like family. Everyone laughed, and I realized how true that was. It annoyed me whenever Josie told people she was like my sister, but I did know both her and Kyle better than I knew my cousins. The kitchen is this way, I said, pointing past them to the dining hall. The staff knows we're coming, so let's go cook. Kyle shook his head at my fake enthusiasm but said nothing. We walked to the back of the dining hall and rounded a partition. There was a wide dumbwaiter the staff used to bring up carts of food next to a stairwell that led to the main kitchen. Burke rushed to my side quickly, offering his arm as we traveled down the wide steps.
What do you want to cook tonight?
He asked. I wondered if my face showed my shock. I really thought someone else would be providing the ideas. Oh, I'm kind of up for whatever, I hedged.
Let's make courses, Kyle suggested. An appetizer, an entree, and a dessert.
That sounds good, Fox agreed. Eric piped up from the back.
Henry and I will do dessert, if that's all right.
Sure, Kyle answered. I could smell the dinner that was being prepared for the rest of the palace. I couldn't pinpoint everything, but there was a delicious hint of garlic in the air, and I suddenly had a new reason to hate this date. I had to postpone actually eating. In a low-ceilinged room, a dozen people with their hair pulled back tightly or tucked under scarves were running around, tossing vegetables into pots of steaming water, or double-checking the seasonings of the sauces. Despite the fact that there was still a meal to finish preparing for everyone in the palace, the staff had cleared half of the space for us to use. A man in a tall chef's hat approached us.
Your Highness, will this be enough room?
More than enough, thank you. I remembered his face from a few weeks ago when he'd presented me with the sample ideas for the first dinner. I'd been so annoyed at the time. Mom did most of the choosing, and I hadn't even thought to thank him. Looking around and seeing how much work was going into a single meal, I felt ashamed of myself. Misa pidat hiva? Henry asked politely. My eyes went to Eric, who spoke up.
Pardon me, sir, but where do you keep your yeast?
Fox and Burke giggled, but I remembered what Eric had told me once and what was crudely worded on Henry's own application. He was a cook. The chef waved Henry down, and he and Eric followed him closely, trying to chat. The chef was clearly excited to have someone with some experience in the room. The other boys, not so much.
Okay, so let's go see what's in the fridge.
Fox hesitantly led the way to one of several large refrigerators along the wall. I looked at the organized contents: parchment-wrapped meats labeled in pencil, the 4 different types of milk we used, and the various sauces or starters prepped and stored ahead of time, and I knew I was way out of my league. I heard a click and turned to see the photographer had arrived. Just pretend I'm not here, she whispered cheerfully. Kyle grabbed some butter.
You always need butter, he assured me.
I nodded. Good to know. Burke found a pile of something on the counter. He turned to the chef.
What is this? Phyllo paper. You can make dozens of things with that. Melt some of that butter and I'll get you some recipes.
Kyle gave me a face.
See? How do we want to decide who works together?
Burke asked, obviously hoping I'd simply go with him.
Rock, paper, scissors? Fox suggested. That's fair, Kyle agreed. He and Fox went up against each other first, and though no one said it in one way or the other, they knew the losers would be stuck with each other. Kyle beat both Fox and Burke. Fox took it in stride, but Burke had no talent at masking his emotions. The two of them picked an appetizer to make together, asparagus wrapped with prosciutto and phyllo, while Kyle and I were left staring at some chicken, trying to figure out what to do with it. So, what's step one? I asked. I cooked plenty when I was away in Finley, but I need a recipe at least. I bet those books would help. We walked over to a cupboard that contained dozens of cookbooks. Most of them had markers hanging in multiple places, and there were piles of note cards next to them with more ideas. As Kyle flipped through the pages, I played with the jars of herbs. The kitchen made me think of what a scientist's lab would look like, only with food. I opened some, inhaling them or feeling the texture. Smell this, I insisted, holding up a jar to Kyle. What's that? Saffron. Doesn't it smell delicious? He smiled at me and went straight to the back of the book he was holding. Aha, he said, turning forward to find his page. Saffron chicken. Want to give that a try? Sure. I clutched the jar in my hand like it was my big contribution to the night. All right, saffron chicken. So let's preheat the oven. I stood next to him, staring at the buttons and dials. Probably the ovens in normal people's homes didn't look like this, but this massive industrial setup seemed like it might launch a satellite if we touched the wrong thing. We looked at the stove like it might give us some instructions if we waited long enough. Should I get more butter? I asked. Shut up, Eadlin. The chef walked past and mumbled, Dial on the left, 350. Kyle reached over and turned it as if he knew what to do the whole time. I glanced toward Fox and Burke. Burke was clearly acting as their leader and loudly giving orders. Fox didn't seem to mind at all, laughing and joking without being obnoxious. They peeked back over at us several times, Burke sneaking in a wink now and then. Past them, Eric and Henry were working quietly, with Eric doing a minimal amount of labor, only assisting when Henry asked for it. Henry's sleeves were rolled up, and he'd gotten some flour on his pants, and I kind of loved that he didn't seem to care about it. Eric was a little messy himself, and he didn't bother wiping any of it off either. I looked at Kyle, who was buried in the cookbook. I'll be right back. Sure. As I walked away, I heard him quietly try to get the chef's attention. Looking good, boys, I said, pausing by Fox. Thanks. This is actually kind of soothing. I never cooked much at home. Nothing like this anyway. But I'm looking forward to trying it. Fox's hands stuttered for a moment, trying to find his rhythm again. This will be the best asparagus you've ever had, Burke promised. I can't wait, I replied, moving to the far end of the table. Eric looked up, greeting me with a smile. Your Highness, how's our dinner looking? Very bad indeed, I promised. He chuckled and told Henry the state of our poor supper. Their hands were covered in dough, and I could see bowls of cinnamon and sugar waiting to be used. This looks promising, though. Do you cook as well, Eric? Oh, not professionally, but I live on my own, so I cook for myself. And I love all the traditional Swendish foods. This is a favorite. Eric turned to Henry, and I could tell they were talking about food because Henry was alight with excitement. Oh, yeah. Henry was just saying there's this soup he has when he's sick. It's got potatoes and fish and... Oh, I miss my mother just thinking about it. I smiled, trying to imagine Eric alone trying to master his mother's meals, and Henry in the back of a restaurant already having conquered every recipe in his family's memory. I kept worrying that Eric felt like an outcast. He certainly worked to separate himself from the selected. He dressed differently, walked at a slower pace, and even carried himself a little lower. But watching him here, interacting with Henry,
who was too kind for me to dismiss. I was so grateful for his presence. He brought a little piece of home to a situation twice removed from Henry's idea of normal. I stepped away, allowing them to work, and went back to my station. Kyle had collected some ingredients in my absence. He was dicing garlic on a wooden brick next to a bowl of something that looked like yogurt.
"There you are," he greeted. "Okay, crush those saffron threads and then mix them in the bowl."
After a moment of blank staring, I picked up the tiny bowl and mallet I assumed was meant for thread crushing and started pressing. It was a strangely satisfying exercise. Kyle did most of the work, smothering the chicken with the yogurt mix and throwing it in the oven. The other teams were at various stages of prep as well, and in the end, the dessert was ready first, followed by the appetizer, and our entree pulled up the rear. Realizing belatedly that Kyle and I should have made something to go with our chicken, we decided to use the wrapped asparagus as a side, all laughing at how poorly we'd planned this. The whole lot of us crowded around one end of the long table. I was sandwiched between Burke and Kyle, with Henry across from me and Fox at the head. Eric was slightly removed, but still clearly enjoying the company. Honestly, I was too. Cooking made me nervous because it was totally foreign to me. I didn't know how to cut or sauté or anything, and I despised failing or looking foolish. But the majority of us had limited experience, and instead of it becoming a stressor, it became a joke, making this one of the most relaxed meals I'd ever had. No formal place settings, no assigned seats, and since nearly all the china was in use for our very full house, we were using plain plates that looked so old, the only reason they could possibly still be here was sentimentality.
"Okay, since they were supposed to be the appetizer, I think we should try the asparagus first," Kyle insisted. "Let's do it."
Burke speared his asparagus and took a bite, and we all followed. It appeared the results were inconsistent. Henry nodded approvingly, but mine tasted awful. I could tell Fox's was bad as well, based on his poorly concealed grimace.
That is the worst thing I've ever tasted," Fox said, trying to chew. "Mine's good," Burke said defensively. "You're probably just not used to eating such quality food."
Fox ducked his head, and I gathered something I wouldn't have known otherwise. Fox was poor. "Can I try a bite of yours?" I whispered to Henry, using my hands and happy to find he understood without Eric's help. "Do you mind?" Fox replied quietly, and I pretended to be too focused on the food to hear him. And Henry's piece actually was much better.
"Who's to say it's not because of your cooking? Well, maybe if I had a better partner," Burke snapped. Hey, Kyle insisted. "There's no way yours could be worse than ours."
I giggled, trying to break the tension. I could feel Burke's anger like an actual, physical thing hanging in the air, and I wanted nothing more than to return to the relaxed feeling we had when we'd sat down. "All right," I said with a sigh. "I think the first thing we need to do is cut each piece of chicken in half to make sure it's cooked through. I seriously don't want to kill anyone."
"Are you doubting me?"
Kyle asked, offended. "Definitely." I took a tentative bite, and it was pretty good. It wasn't undercooked. In fact, some of the edges were a little dry, or the paste hadn't covered it all. But it was edible. Considering that I'd only done a fraction of the work, I was maybe a little too proud. We ate, sharing pieces of the asparagus that hadn't turned out too bad, though I genuinely worried I might be sick later. Finally, I'd had enough. "I'm ready for dessert." Henry chuckled in understanding and went over to where his pastries were cooling on a rack. With careful movements, only using the edges of his fingers, even though the rolls seemed firm, he transferred them all to a plate and set them in front of us. "Is korvapusti," he said, giving the dish a name. Then, taking my hand, he gave me a very important speech. I could tell by the intensity in his eyes. I wished so badly that I could understand him on my own. When he finished, Eric smiled and turned to me.
Corvapusti is one of Henry's favorite things to prepare as well as eat. He says that if you do not like it, you should send him home tonight, for he's sure your relationship could not survive if you aren't as in love with this as he is.
Fox laughed at my shocked face, but Henry nodded, assuring me he meant it. I took a deep breath and picked up one of the delicately rolled pastries. Here goes nothing. Right away, I could taste the cinnamon. There was something else in there that reminded me of grapefruit, but I knew that wasn't it. It was deliciously sweet, but more than it being a fantastic recipe, I could tell it was made by a fantastic chef. Henry had poured himself into this, and I was willing to bet part of that was for me, but I thought it was mostly for himself, that he couldn't allow himself to make it anything less than incredible. I was blown away. It's perfect, Henry. The others grabbed pieces and shoved them into their mouths, grunting in approval. My mom would be dying right now. She has such a sweet tooth, I said. Kyle was nodding with his eyes wide. He knew how she was about desserts. This is great, Henry. Nice job to you too, Eric. Eric shook his head.
I barely helped. Was this rigged? Burke asked, his mouth half full with the pastry. We all looked at him confused. I mean, I came up with this idea, and then Henry jumped in on it just to show the rest of us up.
His face was turning red, and that feeling of unease was filling the room again. Fox put a hand on his shoulder.
Calm down, man. It's just a cinnamon roll.
Burke shrugged it off and threw the rest of his dessert across the room.
I would have done way better if you weren't there screwing me up the whole time.
Fox made a face.
Hey, you were the one standing there talking about how hot she was when you should have been watch.
Burke threw a punch that knocked Fox back several steps. I sucked in a breath, frozen. Fox came back at him, and I was pushed to the floor by Burke's arm, pulling back for another punch.
Whoa!
Kyle jumped over me and started pulling at Burke, while Henry was yelling at Fox in Finnish. After everything with Jack, my new instinct was to get back up and throw a punch. No one was going to hurt me and get away with it. And I might have tried, if it wasn't for one thing. Eric, the quiet observer, had launched himself over the table to pick me up.
Come,
he said. I wasn't particularly a fan of obeying orders, but he said it so urgently, I followed. Chapter 24. Eric rushed me up the stairs and into the dining hall. Everyone else in the palace was in the middle of their dinner, and the room felt too loud.
Edelyn?
Daddy called, but Eric kept me moving, somehow knowing that I couldn't bear to stay there. He only paused when we got to the end of the room, and just long enough to pass along the problem.
Pardon me, officer. Some of the selected are in a fight in the kitchen. It's very physical, and it looked to be escalating. Thank you.
The officer motioned to two other guards, and they followed him as he ran toward the fray. I realized I was hugging myself, both frightened and enraged. Eric gently placed a hand on my back and ushered me away. My parents were calling after me, but I couldn't deal with that many people right now, surrounding me, asking questions. He slowed and asked me quietly,
"Where do you want to go?"
"My room."
"Lead the way."
He didn't touch me exactly, except for the occasional brush against my back, which made me realize he must have kept his hand there the whole time, inches away from me, just in case. I pushed open my door and Nina was inside, polishing the table, filling the room with the scent of lemons. "My lady?" I held up a hand.
"Maybe go get her some tea,"
Eric offered. She nodded and rushed away. I walked over to my bed and took a few deep breaths. Eric stood there, calm and silent. "I've never seen anything like that," I confessed. He got down on a knee so he was level with me. "My father has never so much as swatted my hand, and he's always taught us to seek peaceful resolutions.
Kyle and I gave up trying to fight each other before we could really talk. I remembered this all with a laugh. When we were down there, all I could think about was how I ran from Jack. Burke knocked me to the ground, and this time I was going to fight back. But I just realized I'd have no idea how to do it. Eric smiled. Henry says, when you're upset, the look in your eyes is as strong as a punch. You're not powerless. I ducked my head, thinking of how I told myself over and over that no one in the world was as powerful as me. There was truth to it, sure. But if Jack had pinned me to the ground, or Burke had turned his fists on me, my crown would have done me no good until after the fact. I could punish, but I couldn't prevent. You know, boy or girl, I think aggression is a sign of weakness. I'm always more impressed when people can end something with words. His eyes were seeing another place and time when he went on. Maybe that's why language became so important to me. My father, he always used to say, Aiko, words are weapons. They are all you need. Aiko? I asked. He grinned, a little embarrassed. E-I-K-K-O. Like I said, Eric is the closest in English. I like it. Really. He turned his attention back to me, looking at my arms. Are you hurt? Oh, I don't think so. I felt a little sore from hitting the ground, but it was nothing serious. I just can't believe how fast it happened. I don't want to excuse either of them at all. That was unacceptable. But I hear the guys talking and they're stressed. They all want to impress you, but they have no idea how to do it, considering who you are. Some talk about trying to undermine others without getting caught. A few are working out at every turn to be physically superior. I understand that it's a lot of pressure, and that's probably why Burke snapped. But that will never make it okay. I'm so sorry you have to be around that. He shrugged. It's fine. Mostly I just stick with Henry and Kyle. Sometimes Hale, and they're good company. Not that I'd ever try to choose for you, but the three of them are a pretty safe place to start. I smiled. I think you're right. Though I hadn't spent one-on-one time with everyone yet, I already knew Hale was a good guy. And seeing Henry so excited about his food tonight, about this part of his life, gave me a glimpse of the person behind the barrier. And Kyle, well, I didn't know what to make of Kyle, but he was a better companion than I'd given him credit for. Would you tell Henry for me how wonderful his food was? I could tell how important it was to him, and I admire his passion. I will, happily. I extended my hand and he gave me his, resting them both on my knee. Thank you so much for this. You really went above and beyond tonight, and I'm so thankful you were here. It's the least I could do. I tilted my head, really looking at him. It felt like something had just happened, but I didn't know what it was. Eric, without knowing me, had done so much right. He pulled me away before I made the situation worse, got me to solitude before I lost control of my emotions, and stayed with me, listening to my worries and making everything better with his words. There were scores of people on call, ready to do whatever I asked. It was so funny to me that with him, I didn't even have to ask. I won't forget this, Aiko. Not ever. There was a tiny lift of a smile at the sound of his given name, and he squeezed my hand ever so slightly. I remembered the feeling of my first date with Hale, how I felt when I was sure he'd peeled everything back and had seen the real me. This time, I felt like I was on the other side of that, looking past duty and worry and rank, seeing the true heart of a person. And his was so beautiful. Nina came back in carrying a tray, and Eric and I ripped our hands apart. Are you all right, my lady? Yes, Nina, I promised her, standing. There was a fight, but Eric got me away.
I'm sure the guards will come with a report soon. In the meantime, I just need to calm down. The tea will help. I got some chamomile. And we'll get you into something comfortable before you need to report anywhere, Nina said, already making my night easier by planning it. I turned back to Eric, who was standing by the door. He bowed deeply.
Good night, Your Highness.
Good night. He walked away quickly, and Nina came over, handing me a cup of tea. The strange thing was, my hands were already so warm. About an hour later, I met Mom and Dad in the office to discuss what had happened.
Sir Fox looks pretty bad, a guard relayed. Sir Henry tried to pull him away, but Sir Burke was practically unstoppable. Both Sir Henry and Sir Kyle got some marks, simply from trying to separate them.
How bad? I asked.
Sir Henry has a bruise on his chest, and a cut just above his eye. Sir Kyle's lip was busted open, and there aren't any big scars besides that, but he feels sore from trying to contain Sir Burke. You can stop calling him Sir, Dad insisted. Burke is leaving right now. The same for Fox.
Maxon, reconsider. Fox didn't do anything, Mom urged. I agree it was inappropriate, but don't make that choice on Eadlin's behalf.
I will,
he yelled.
We did this to bring our people joy, to give our daughter a chance at the same happiness we have. And since it began, she's been assaulted twice. I will not have monsters like that under my roof.
He finished his speech, slamming his fist into a side table, knocking his tea onto the floor. I stiffened, gripping the arms of my chair. Daddy, stop! I pleaded, my words hushed with fear I might somehow make it worse. He looked over his shoulder at me, as if he only now realized Mom and I were still in the room. His eyes instantly softened, and he turned away, shaking his head. After a deep breath, he straightened his suit and spoke to the guard.
Before anything continues, I expect thorough background checks on each of the selected. Do it secretively, and use whatever means possible. If anyone has so much as gotten into a squabble in grade school, I want them gone.
Calm again, he sat beside Mom.
I unconditionally insist that Burke leaves. That's not up for debate.
But what about Fox? Mom asked. It sounds like he didn't really instigate anything. Dad shook his head.
I don't know. The idea of letting anyone involved stay seems like very poor judgment.
Mom leaned her head on Dad's shoulder. Once upon a time, I was involved in a fight during the selection, and you let me stay. Imagine how things would have been if you hadn't. Mom, you got into a fight? I asked, dumbfounded.
It's true,
Dad confirmed, sighing. Mom smiled.
I actually still think about the other girl often. She turned out to be quite lovely.
Dad huffed, his tone begrudging.
Fine. Fox can stay. But only if Eadlin thinks he might be someone she'd have a chance at happiness with.
Their eyes settled on me, and I was confused about so many things at once. I felt positive it read on my face. I turned to the guard. Thank you for your update. Have Burke escorted from the premises, and tell Fox I'll speak with him shortly. You can go now. Once he left the room, I rose from my chair, trying to compose my thoughts. I'm not going to ask about that fight, though for the life of me, I cannot figure out why the two of you have withheld so much about your selection from me, and have only decided to share some of the bigger bits and pieces now, and after I've faced something you've already experienced. They sat there guiltily. Mom met you before she was supposed to? I accused, pointing to Dad. Your candidates were all planted by your father. Maybe you could have given me a heads up about how to deal with a fight 2 weeks ago. I crossed my arms, exhausted. I promised you 3 months, and I'm going to give you that, I said, taking in their worried expressions. I'll go on dates, I'll let people take pictures so we have something to print in the papers and to talk about on the report. But you two seem to think that if I stick this out, I'm magically going to fall in love. I stood there, shaking my head.
That's not going to happen. Not for me. It could, Mom whispered tenderly. I know I'm disappointing you, but it's not what I want. And these boys are fine, but some of them make me uncomfortable, and I don't think they can handle the pressure of this position. I'm not going to handcuff myself to a weight for the sake of a distracting headline. Dad stood. Evelyn, that's not what we want either. Then please. I raised my hands in front of me, guarding myself. Stop pressuring me to fall for people I never wanted here in the first place. I clasped my hands together. This whole situation has been awful. I've had people throw food at me in public. Others have judged me over a kiss. One boy touched me against my will, and another flung me to the ground. For all the effort I put in to make things right, the papers have had a field day with the constant shame. They exchanged a concerned glance. When I said I'd help distract people, I didn't think it would be this degrading. Sweetheart, we were never trying to hurt you. Mom looked heartbroken, close to tears. I know, and I'm not mad. I just want my freedom. If this is what I have to do in order to get that, then I will. If you want your distraction, I'll deliver. But please, don't place all those expectations on me. I don't want to let you down any more than I have already. Chapter 25. I knocked on Fox's door, kind of hoping he wouldn't answer. It had been a draining night, and I wanted to go hide under my blankets. Of course, his butler opened the door and pulled it so far back that Fox saw me before I could be announced. He looked as bad as I'd been told. One eye was swollen and surrounded by varying shades of purple, and the opposite side of his head was covered in a bandage, as well as the knuckles across his right hand. Evelyn, he said, hopping up off his bed, then wincing and grabbing his ribs. Sorry, I meant, Your Highness. You can go, I said hurriedly to the butler as I rushed over to Fox. Sit, I urged. Shouldn't you still be in the hospital wing? He shook his head as he settled down again. I've been medicated, and they thought I'd rest better in my own room. How are you feeling? I asked, though I could tell he was in pain. Besides the bruises? He asked. Humiliated? Can I join you? I asked, pointing to the spot beside him on the edge of the bed. Of course. I sat, not sure where to start. I didn't want to send him home now, partly out of charity. I peeked at Burke's and Fox's applications before going to see Dad, and Fox had actually hinted a lot about his home life on his form. Typically, I was looking for mutual interests or things we could talk about, so I'd missed some important details about him. Living in Clermont, he worked as a lifeguard at the beach, which explained the sun-kissed skin and overly blonde hair. I got the feeling that it wasn't paying enough to support the rest of his family, though that situation was a little unclear on paper. His mother wasn't living at home, but I didn't know if that meant she had passed or not. I could also see his father was terminally ill, so I doubted he was contributing to the finances. Furthermore, if I'd paid attention at all, I would have noticed how much fuller his cheeks looked compared to the picture on his form now that he was getting fed properly. I wanted him to stay. I wanted him to keep his stipend. I wanted him to steal some of the things from his room when he left and sell them when he got home. But asking him to stay meant giving him hope. Listen, he started. I understand if you have to send me home. I do. I don't want to leave, but I know the rules. I don't want to leave with you thinking I'm like Burke or Jack. Try not to think poorly of me when I go, okay? I won't. I don't. Fox looked over and gave me a sad grin. I never got to tell you so many things, like how I wish I could command a room like you. It's so impressive. Or how your eyes sparkle when you make a joke. It's really pretty.
Do they do that? Wait, do I make jokes? He chuckled.
Yeah, I mean, they're mostly subtle, but you give it away with your eyes. And I can see how pleased you are when you're teasing us, like at the quiz the other day.
I smiled. That was fun. Tonight was fun too, up until the end.
I'll never forget your face when you bit into that asparagus.
I pressed my lips together, pretty sure that his expression and mine had been similar. What made it better was that I knew how hard he'd tried, and he still wasn't upset over it. The only thing hurting him now was this worry that I'd remember him as something less than a gentleman. Fox, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I need you to be completely honest with me. If I think you're lying at all, that's it. You'll be gone within the hour. He swallowed, the silliness of the last few moments fading from his face.
You have my word.
I nodded, believing him. All right. Would you tell me about your dad? He huffed, clearly not expecting the conversation to head in this direction.
He's sick, which I guess you know. He's got cancer. He's still functioning pretty well, like he's working, but it's only part-time right now. He needs a lot of sleep. When he got sick, my mom left, so I really don't want to talk about her, if that's okay.
That's okay. He looked at the floor as he continued.
I've got a brother and a sister, and they go on and on about her like she's coming back. But I know that's not happening. If she did, then I'd leave.
We really don't have to talk about her, Fox.
Sorry. You know, I thought the hardest part about coming here would be the distance. But what's so bad it almost hurts is seeing you with your family.
He scratched at his hair with his good hand.
Your parents are still in love, and your brothers look at you like you're heaven on earth. And I wish I had that. I don't have anything close.
I put a hand on his back. We're not perfect, I promise. And it sounds like you and your dad have something special.
We do.
He glanced over at me.
I didn't mean to get like that. I don't talk about my family a lot.
That's fine. I have other questions. He sat up straight again, and I could see the pain of the action. I pulled my hand away and rolled my eyes. Actually, I just realized this might be a hard one too. He smiled.
Go ahead anyway.
Okay. Did you come here for me, or to get away from them? Fox paused, his eyes dead set on mine.
Both? I love my dad. I can't tell you how much he means to me. And I don't mind taking care of him, really. But it's also kind of tiring. It's been like a holiday here most of the time. I also think my brother and sister are starting to appreciate what I do, which is validating in a way. And then there's you.
He shook his head.
Look, you know I live paycheck to paycheck, and I come from a broken family. I realize I'm nothing special, he said, placing his hand on his chest.
And he suddenly got shy.
But you know, I've watched you my whole life, and I've always thought you were so sharp and beautiful. I don't know if I stand the smallest chance of getting to be with you, but I had to at least put my name in. I don't know. I just thought if I could get here, I'd find a way to show you that I could be worth taking a chance on. And then I got in a fight. He shrugged. So I guess that's how it ends.
I hated the disappointment in his voice. I didn't want to care. I knew that letting him get closer to me would end badly. I couldn't explain why I knew, but I was sure that if I allowed any of these boys to cross into a certain level of intimacy, it would be disastrous. So why couldn't I keep them from getting closer? I have another question.
Sure,
he replied, defeated. What's it like to work on the beach all day? He didn't try to fight the smile.
It's wonderful. There's something kind of fascinating about the ocean. It's almost like it has different moods on different days. Like, sometimes the water is so still and other times it's wild. And I'm so glad Angelus is warm all the time, or I don't think I could have handled it. I love the weather here too, but I don't get to go to the beach very often. Mom and Dad don't like it, and people end up swarming Aaron and me if we go just the two of us. It's kind of a pain. He poked me gently. If you ever come to Claremont, look me up. You can rent a private beach and swim and lounge to your heart's content. I sighed dreamily. That sounds perfect. I'm serious. It's the least I could do. I looked at my hands and back to Fox's hopeful face. How about this? If you make it to, say, the top 3, we can go out there together and rent a beach. And maybe I could meet your dad. His face froze in shock as he understood what that meant. I'm not going home? Tonight wasn't your fault, and I appreciate you being honest about your motivations. So how about you stay a little longer, and we'll see how it goes. I'd love that. All right then. I stood, feeling so many things. Before tonight, Fox was hardly a draw for me. And now, I was looking forward to seeing him around the palace. Forgive me for dashing off, but there's a lot to take care of before the morning. I can imagine, he said, walking beside me to the door. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me a chance. That's all you wanted, right? I smiled, and you really can call me Eadlin. He grinned and used his good hand to pick up mine. He placed the gentlest kiss across the ridges of my fingers. Good night, Eadlin, and thank you again. I gave him a quick nod before I scurried from the room. That was one issue taken care of, but tomorrow there would be 1,000 more. The photographer had done such a remarkable job of blending into the background, I didn't realize she was still there when the fight broke out. Burke and Fox were front-page news, and the headline proclaimed that the first was ejected, while the second was spared. There were other pictures, too. Me standing next to Kyle, grinding saffron, and again beside Eric as he translated something to Henry. But they were all overshadowed by the animalistic rage on Burke's face as he threw himself at Fox. I bypassed that photo for the smaller ones with the others, tearing them out to save. I wasn't sure why. I ended up tucking them into the drawer next to Kyle's catastrophe of a tie. I walked into breakfast, feeling the weight of everyone's stares. Typically, that wasn't an issue for me, but between all the boys being over-curious about the fight and my parents' worried eyes, I was buried beneath all the unspoken words. I wondered if maybe I'd said too much last night, or if it had come off as me accusing them. I meant to explain how hurtful and draining this process had been, not to blame them for it. Still, as little as I wanted to participate, I knew I'd done what I'd promised. Burke's fist had overshadowed everything else in the country, at least for today. What happened? Caden whispered. Nothing. Liar. Mom and Dad have been messed up all morning. I peeked over. Dad kept rubbing the spot over his eyebrow, and Mom was trying to fool everyone by moving the food around her plate. I sighed. It's grown-up stuff. You wouldn't understand. He rolled his eyes. Don't talk to me like that, Eadlin. I'm 14, not 4. I read all the papers, and I pay attention at the reports. I speak more languages than you, and I'm learning all the things you have without anyone making me do it. Don't act like you're better than me. I'm a prince. I sighed. Yes, but I will be queen, I corrected, sipping my coffee. I really didn't need this right now. And your name will be in a history book one day, and some bored 10-year-old will memorize it for a test and then forget all about you. You have a job, just like everybody in the world. Stop acting like it makes you more or less than anyone else. I was left speechless. Was that what Caden really thought about me? Was that what everyone thought about me?
I had intended to be strong today, to show Mom and Dad that I really was going to follow through and prove to the boys that things like last night could not break me. But Caden's words made me, and all my efforts, seem worthless. I stood up to leave, trying to think of what I'd need to grab from the office. I certainly couldn't work there today. "Hey, Eidlin, wait up." It was Kyle, jogging to catch up with me. I hadn't even looked at him when I went into the dining hall this morning. His lip was a little swollen, but he seemed okay otherwise.
"Are you all right?"
he asked. I nodded my head. Then I shook it. "I really don't know." He put his hands on my shoulders.
"Everything's okay."
I was so overwhelmed, I pressed my lips into his, knowing that it would make everything else stop for a minute.
"Ow!"
he cried, backing away. "Sorry, I just—" He grabbed me by the wrist and swung me into the nearest room, slammed the door and pushed me against the wall. He kissed me harder than I'd kissed him, apparently not bothered by his lips so much if he knew what was coming.
"What's this all about?"
he breathed. "I don't want to think. Just kiss me." Without a word, Kyle drew me to him, his hands lost in my hair. I grabbed fistfuls of his shirt, holding on to him tightly. And it worked. As we swayed together, everything else stopped mattering for a little while. His lips moved from my mouth and onto my neck. These kisses were different than before. They were aggressive and demanding, pulling all my focus. Without thinking about it, I dragged his shirt upward. He laughed devilishly into my cheek.
"Okay, if clothes are coming off, we really ought to go to a room. And you should probably know my middle name."
"Is it Ashton? Arthur? I feel like it starts with an A."
"Not even close."
I sighed, letting go of his clothes. "Fine." He leaned back, his arms still around my waist, smirking at me.
"Are you all right? I know last night was kind of scary."
I just didn't expect it. It was asparagus. He literally punched someone over a vegetable. Kyle laughed.
"See? This is why you stick with butter."
"Oh, you and your stupid butter." I shook my head, tracing a finger down his chest. "I'm really sorry about your lip. Does anything else hurt?"
"My stomach. He elbowed me a few times trying to get free, but I'm surprised I didn't get it worse. Henry's eye looks painful. Glad he didn't get hit an inch lower."
I grimaced, thinking about how bad it could have been. "Kyle, would you have kicked them both out? If you were in my position?"
"I think I would have even had to consider Henry and me if I were you,"
he replied. "But you both tried to stop it." He raised a finger.
"True. You know that because you were there, but the others have seen the papers, and the pictures make it look like we were all involved."
"So keeping Fox, Henry, and you makes it seem as if you got away with something."
"And that maybe others could too."
"This day just gets worse," I sighed, running my fingers through my hair and propping myself up against the wall.
"Is my kissing that bad?"
I started laughing, thinking back to the other night in my room. It had seemed so alien when Kyle wanted to talk to me, but I wasn't completely sure why I thought that now. I could have had a new outlet, a new perspective this whole time. Why haven't we really talked before? It's so easy. He shrugged.
"You're the one in charge here. What do you think?"
I looked down, embarrassed to say it. "I think I held Josie against you. The constant imitation drives me crazy."
"I think I held the palace against you. It's our parents' fault, not yours. But I lumped you in since you were going to be queen."
"I can understand that."
"And I know what you mean about Josie, but it's hard for her, growing up in your shadow."
I couldn't deal with adding Josie to the growing list of things I felt guilty about. I straightened my clothes, knowing that going to work would distract me. "Let's do something soon. Not a date, just spending some time together." That crooked smile spread across his face.
I'd like that.
He started tucking his shirt back in, and I fought the blush that I could feel on my cheeks. How had I gotten so out of control?
And listen, he said, don't let this stuff get you down. You're bigger than this election.
Thanks, Kyle. I kissed his cheek and left, heading to my room. I remembered how angry I was when I saw his name come up the day of the drawing, like I was being cheated somehow. Now, I didn't care how that form ended up in the pile. I was just glad it did. I hoped that he felt the same way. Chapter 26. Tonight was going to be a challenge. Yes, the pictures with Ian looked fantastic in print, and yes, the little game show clips came off as charming. But I wondered if Gavril would feel obligated to ask about Jack's and Burke's dismissals instead of focusing on the remaining candidates. What was worse was that I wasn't sure I had much to tell about the boys as it was. Dad was entering his security sweep, so unless the guards moved quickly, I wouldn't have any dates this week, meaning nothing to share on next week's report. Tonight had to matter, and I wasn't sure how to do it. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was missing some key piece of information that would make the selection process better. It wasn't an absolute disaster in my eyes, if only because I got to know Kyle, Henry, Hale, and Fox. But as far as the public knew, nearly everything was going down in flames. Even though I'd only glanced at the paper that day for a millisecond, I remembered the way I looked shrinking down on the parade float. Worse than that, I could still see people on the sidelines pointing and laughing. We'd kicked out 2 candidates this week alone for misconduct, and in their wake, every romantic gesture had been completely overshadowed. It looked so bad. I sat in my room sketching, trying to organize my thoughts. There had to be a way to spin this, to turn it into something good. My pencil zipped across the page, and it felt like each time a line straightened out, so did a problem. I'd probably have to skip talking about my previous dates this week. Bringing up one would require me to bring up them all, and I didn't want to rehash Jack's hands on me. But maybe, instead of events, I could talk about what I knew of the boys. There was enough to praise, and if I came across as enamored by their talents, it would make sense to be confused about who to choose. It wasn't that the selection was falling apart, it was that there were too many good choices. By the time I had a plan, I also had a beautiful design. The dress came up into a halter, was very fitted, and ended mid-thigh. Over it, I drew a sheer, long bubble of a skirt that made it look modest. The colors I'd used, a burgundy for the dress and a golden brown for the overskirt, gave it a delicious autumnal feeling. I could imagine how I'd style my hair with it. I even knew what jewelry would look best. As I looked at it, though, I knew this gown was more suited for a starlet than a princess. In my eyes, it was gorgeous without end, but I worried about other people's opinions. More than any other season of my life, they really mattered now. "Oh, miss," Nina said, catching a glimpse of the drawing in passing. "You like it? It's the most glamorous thing I've ever seen." I stared at the gown. "Do you think I could get away with wearing this on the report?" She made a face as if I should already know. "You're basically covered from head to toe, and as long as you don't plan on coating it in rhinestones, I don't see why not." I petted the paper like I could almost really touch it. "Should I get started?" Nina asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Actually, could you take me down to the workroom? I think I'd like to help make this one. I want it for tonight." "I'd be thrilled," Nina said. I grabbed my book and followed her into the hallway, more excited than I'd ever been. It was worth the marathon of cutting and sewing when I walked in for the report, and the first thing I saw was the out-and-out envy in Josie's eyes. I'd worn a pair of golden heels and curled my hair so it fell loosely over my shoulders, and it was possibly the most beautiful I'd ever felt. The blatant stares from the selected only confirmed I was particularly lovely tonight, and I was so bewildered I had to turn my back on them to suppress my grin. It was then that I felt something was off. There was a pang of tension that seemed to be floating through the room, and it was far more powerful than the pride over my dress or the sense of admiration coming from the boys. It was so weighty, it nearly gave me a chill. I looked around, searching for a clue. Mom and Dad were in a corner, trying to be discreet. I could tell by Dad's tensed brow and Mom's gestures that something was wrong. What I wasn't sure of was if I could go talk to them. Was a few days of silence enough?
Hey.
Baden had snuck up on me. Hi.
Did I startle you?
I focused politely. No, I'm fine. A little lost in thought. Do you need something?
Well, I was wondering if I could invite you out for dinner or something this week. Maybe another jam session.
He strummed an invisible guitar, biting his smiling lip. That's sweet, but traditionally I'm supposed to do the asking. He shrugged.
So, didn't that cooking thing happen because those guys invited you?
I squinted, trying to remember. Maybe, technically.
So, since I didn't grow up in the palace, I can't ask, but Kyle can?
I assure you, Kyle has less of an advantage than you'd imagine. I answered with a laugh, thinking of all the years of frustration. Baden stood there, silent and unbelieving.
Sure.
I was completely shocked when he walked away, hands in his pocket and footsteps steady. Had I done something rude? I was being honest, and I hadn't actually turned him down. I tried to shake off the snub, focusing on my duty for the evening, being charming and gracious, and trying to convince everyone that I was falling in love. Dad passed me, and I gently grabbed his arm. What's wrong? He shook his head and patted my hand.
Nothing, darling.
The lie shook me more than Baden's dismissal. People whirred around the room, giving commands and checking notes. I heard Josie laugh, and someone shush her immediately after. The boys talked to one another, all a little too loud to be considered appropriate. Baden was sulking next to Henry, ignoring everyone, and I pressed my hands to my stomach, calming myself. Next to Henry, just off stage in the dark, I saw a waving hand. It was Eric, standing on the sideline, waiting to take his hidden seat. Once he had my attention, he gave me a thumbs up, but the expression on his face let me know it was a question. I shrugged. He pressed his lips together, then mouthed the word sorry. I gave him a tight smile and a thumbs up back, which wasn't quite right, but was the only thing I could do. Eric shook his head at me, and I was strangely comforted. At least someone seemed to understand how I was feeling. Taking a deep breath, I went over to sit between Mom and Aaron. Something's wrong, I whispered to him.
I know.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
Will you tell me?
Later.
I sighed. How was I supposed to perform with worry hanging over my head? The updates were dispensed, and Daddy spoke briefly, though I couldn't concentrate on anything he was saying. All I could see were the lines of stress around his eyes, the way his shoulders wore the strain of whatever was troubling him. Partway through, Gavril stepped toward the middle of the set and announced that he had a few questions for the selected, and I watched them all straighten their ties or cuffs and move into more assertive stances in their chairs.
So, let's see. Sir Ivan.
On the near side of the first row, Ivan raised his hand, and Gavril faced him.
How are you enjoying the selection so far?
He chuckled.
I'd be enjoying it more if I could manage to get to see the princess one-on-one.
Ivan winked at me, and I felt my face set on fire.
I imagine the princess has a hard time getting to everyone,
Gavril said graciously.
For sure, I'm not complaining, just being hopeful,
he added, still chortling like this was all a joke.
Well, maybe you can impress Her Royal Highness tonight and sway her into making time for you. Tell us, what do you think the most important job of a future prince would be?
Ivan's laughing stopped.
I don't know. I think just being good company is important. Princess Edelin is forced into lots of relationships for work, and I think it would be nice to be one of the people she always wanted to be around, just for, fun.
I tried not to roll my eyes. You are a forced relationship, honey.
Interesting,
Gavril commented.
What about you, Sir Gunnar?
Gunnar was a bit on the short side, and he looked almost petite sitting beside the gangly Ivan. He tried to straighten himself, but it was no use.
I think any future prince should be prepared to be available. You've already mentioned the princess's busy schedule, so anyone in her life should try to put himself in a position to be helpful. Of course, I don't know what that looks like yet, but it's important to think of how your life and priorities might change.
Gavril made an approving face, and Dad clapped, which led others to follow. I joined in, but it felt strange. This was a legitimate question, and I wasn't sure I liked it being turned into entertainment.
Sir Kyle, you've lived in the palace your whole life,
Gavril said, walking across the stage.
How do you think your life might change were you to become prince? I definitely need to focus more on my hygiene.
Huh. I covered my mouth, so embarrassed, but I couldn't stop laughing.
Oh, sounds like someone over there agrees.
Behind Kyle, Henry belatedly joined in the laughter. Of course, he'd heard the comment on a delay. Gavril noticed him and moved back.
Sir Henry, yes?
Henry nodded, but I could see the pure terror in his eyes.
What's your opinion on all this? What do you think a future prince's most important role might be?
He tried not to let his fear show as he leaned to the side to hear Eric. Once he understood, he nodded.
Oh, yes. The prince should be for Princess
I stood. I couldn't bear it. Henry, I called. All eyes turned to me, and I waved him over to come join me in the middle of the set. He carefully came down from his seat. And Eric, you too. Henry waited for his friend to come around from behind the set. Eric looked nervous, not prepared to be in the spotlight. But Henry mumbled something to him with a smile, and he eased as they found their way with Gavril to the front. I linked my arm around Henry's, and Eric stood just behind him, going into shadow mode. Gavril, Sir Henry was raised in Swendway. His first language is Finnish, so he requires a translator. I motioned to Eric, who gave a quick bow, ready to go back into obscurity. I'm sure Henry would be happy to answer your question, but I think it would be much easier without Eric hiding behind the risers. Henry smiled as Eric conveyed all this to him, and I felt strangely proud when he reached across and gently squeezed my arm. Pausing to collect himself, Henry gave his answer. I could see he was thinking about his words, and even though he'd been thrown off, he was deliberate as he spoke. Finally, he came to a finish and all eyes fell on Eric. He says that any future prince should remember that it isn't simply one role to fill but several. Husband, consultant, friend, and dozens more. He would need to be prepared to study and work as hard as Her Highness and be ready to set his ego aside to serve. Eric put his hands behind his back, and I could see he was trying to remember the last of Henry's words. And he would also need to understand that there is a weight she carries,
That he never could, and be ready to sometimes just be a clown.
I giggled, happy to see Henry's huge smile when Eric was done. The entire room erupted in applause, and I got up on tiptoes to whisper in his ear. Good, good. He beamed. Good, good? I nodded.
Your Highness, this is an extraordinary complication in the selection process, Gavril gasped. How do you manage?
Right now with two things, patience and Eric. There was a smattering of laughter across the room.
But how could this work? At some point it would have to change.
This was the first time in my life that I'd ever wanted to run over, grab my chair, and fling it across the room at Gavril Fidei. Yes, probably, but there are certainly worse things than a language barrier.
Could you give us some examples?
I motioned for Henry and Eric to go sit down, and worked very hard not to laugh at how quickly Eric moved. Henry gave me an affectionate smile as he left, and that inspired me. Well, since this began with Henry, let me use him as an example. We have to work hard to communicate, but he's an incredibly kind person, whereas Jack and Burke spoke perfect English, but behaved rather poorly.
Yes, we all saw the story of Burke's fight, and let me say, I'm happy to see you were unharmed by that outburst.
Uninjured, sure. Unharmed? That was questionable. But no one would want to hear about that. Yes, but they seem to be the exception, not the rule. There are so many candidates I could brag about.
Oh, well, don't let me stop you.
I smiled and peeked back to the boys. Sir Hale has incredible taste and works as a tailor. I would not be surprised to see all of Ilia covered in his designs one day.
I love that dress,
he called. I made it. I yelled back, unable to contain my pride.
Perfection.
See? I said, turning back to Gavril. Told you he had good taste. I looked around again. Of course, I've already mentioned Sir Baden's musical skills, but they're worth bringing up again. He's so talented. Baden gave a quick nod, and if he was still irritated, he was covering it well. Sir Henry, I've discovered, is an amazing cook, and it takes a lot to impress me in that department, because as you know, the palace chefs could rival anyone in the world, so trust me when I say you're jealous of me because I've gotten to taste his food. More laughter filled the studio, and I caught a glimpse of Dad in a monitor looking so delighted. Sir Fox. Now, some might not be aware of what a valuable skill this is, but he has the ability to make the best out of any situation. The selection can be stressful, and yet he is always looking at the bright side. He's a pleasure to be around. I shared a gaze with Fox, and even with the gash on his head and his bruised eye showing slightly through the makeup, he looked as far from menacing as possible. I was glad I'd let him stay.
Anyone else?
Gavril questioned, and I scanned the boys. Yes, there was one more. Most people have a hard time believing that I don't know Sir Kyle backward and forward, because we've lived in the same place our whole lives. But it's true. The selection has allowed me to get to know him much better, and I've now learned that he's a very promising architect. If we ever needed a second palace built, he's the first person I'd call. There were some sweet sighs around the room at the idea of childhood friends finally becoming possible lovers. Although, I can confirm he needs help in the hygiene department, I added, sending the room into laughs again.
It sounds like these are some truly amazing young men,
Gavril called, beginning another round of applause for them. Absolutely.
So, if you're so impressed, I have to ask, has anyone got a special place in your heart just yet?
I found myself fiddling with my hair. I don't know.
Oh-ho!
I giggled, looking down. This wasn't real, was it?
Does it happen to be anyone you mentioned?
I slapped his arm playfully. Oh my gosh, Gavril! He snickered, as did most of the room. I fanned myself with a hand and turned back to him. The truth is, it's still difficult to talk about this so publicly, but I'm hoping to have more to say in the future.
That's wonderful news, Your Highness. Let me join all of Ilia in wishing you luck as you look for your partner.
Thank you. I nodded my head modestly and casually peeked over at Dad. The expression on his face was one of disbelief, almost as if he was optimistic. It was bittersweet for me, to feel so unsure about the whole thing, but to see that even the slightest glimmer of possibility took so much worry out of his eyes. For now, that would be enough. Chapter 27.
It's bad.
I lay on Aaron's bed, curled in a ball while he sat upright, telling me everything Mom and Dad didn't want to. Just say it. He swallowed.
It always seems to start in the poorer provinces. They're not rebelling, not like when Mom and Dad were kids. It's more like they're uprising.
What does that mean exactly?
They're rallying to end the monarchy. No one is getting what they want out of the caste dissolution, and they think we don't care.
Don't care? I asked, astonished. Dad's running himself ragged trying to fix it. I'm dating strangers for them.
I know, and I have no idea where that performance tonight came from, but that was spectacular.
I made a smart face, acknowledging the praise. But I was starting to question just how much of tonight was planned and how much was genuine.
But even then, what are we supposed to do? Perform forever?
Huh, I scoffed. As if you'd ever be asked to perform. It would always be me, and I can't. I feel like I'm suffocating as it is.
We could all step down,
he suggested.
But then what would happen? Who would take over? And if we don't step down, will they run us out?
You think they'd do that? I breathed. He stared into the distance.
I don't know, Edie. People have done far worse things when they're hungry or tired or unwaveringly poor.
But we can't feed everyone. We can't make everyone earn the same amount of money. What do they want from us?
Nothing,
he said honestly.
They just want more for themselves. I can't say I blame them, but the people are confused. They think their lives are in our hands, but they're not.
They're in their own.
Exactly.
We sat in silence for a long time, considering what this meant for us. Truthfully, though, I knew it would hit me harder than anyone else if the people followed through on this. I didn't know how things like this happened, but governments changed. Kingdoms rose and fell. Entire ideologies took over, shoving others to the side. Could I be brushed into the gutter? I shivered, trying to imagine a life like that. They already threw food at me. I murmured.
What?
I've been so stupid, I answered, shaking my head. I've grown up believing that I was adored, but the people don't love me. Once Mom and Dad stepped down, I can't imagine there would be anything preventing the country from getting rid of me. It was a tangible thing, like I was being held aloft by this idea, and now that I knew it was a lie, my body felt heavier. Aaron's face grew worried. I waited for him to contradict me, but he couldn't.
You can make them love you, Eadlin.
I'm not as charming as you, or as clever as Caden, or as adorably rambunctious as Austin. There's nothing that special about me. He whacked his head on his headboard as he groaned.
Eadlin, you're joking, right? You're the first female heir. You're unlike anything this country has ever known. You just have to learn how to use that, to remind them who you are.
I'm Eadlin Shreve, and no one in the world is as powerful as me. I don't think they'd like me if they knew who I really was.
If you're going to whine, I'll kick you out.
I'll have you flogged,
You've been threatening me with that since we were 6. One day it'll happen. Heed my warning. He chuckled. Don't worry, Edie. The chances of people organizing enough to do anything are slim. They're venting. Once they get this out of their system, things will go back to normal. You'll see. I nodded inside. Maybe I was fretting for nothing. But I could still hear the hateful yelling during the parade, and I could still see the hateful remarks from my kiss with Kyle. This certainly wouldn't be the last we heard about abolishing the monarchy. Don't tell Mom and Dad I know, okay? If you insist. I hopped up and kissed Aaron's cheek. I felt bad for girls who didn't have brothers. See you tomorrow. He grinned. Get some sleep. I left his room with every intention of going back to mine, but as I walked, I realized I was hungry. Now that I'd been to the kitchens, I kind of liked it down there. I remembered seeing some fruit, and there was cheese in the refrigerator. Certainly it was late enough that it couldn't bother anyone, so I trotted down the back stairs. I was wrong in assuming that it would be completely empty. There were a handful of young men and women rolling out dough and chopping vegetables. I took it all in for a moment, entranced by how efficient and driven they were. I loved that, in spite of the hour, they all seemed alert and happy, chatting with one another as they went about their work. They were so interesting that it took several moments for me to notice the head of floppy blonde curls in the back corner of the room. Henry had hung his shirt on a hook, and his blue undershirt was covered in flour. I moved quietly, but as the staff recognized me, they curtsied and bowed as I passed, alerting Henry to my presence. When he saw me, he tried to brush the mess off himself, failing completely. He pushed back his hair and turned to me, smiling as always. No, Eric? He sleep. Why aren't you asleep? He squinted, trying to piece together the words. Sorry, I cook? I nodded. Can I cook too? He pointed to the pile of apples and dough on the table. You want? You cook? Yes. He beamed and nodded. Then, giving me a once-over, he paused before grabbing his dress shirt and wrapping it around me, tying the sleeves together in the back. An apron. He wanted me to have an apron. I smiled to myself. It was only a nightgown after all, but there weren't enough words between the two of us to argue over it. He picked up an apple and took the peel off in one long strip. When he was done, he set it on the counter and picked up a different knife. Pida vietsi 9, he said, pointing to the way his fingers held the handle. Pidao mina huolilesesti. He turned his other hand into a claw, tucking his fingers away as he held the apple. Then he started cutting. Even with my inexperienced eyes, I could see how he was using the minimum amount of force to do his work, and how his simple stance protected his hands. You? He said, passing me the knife. Okay, like this? I curled my hand up like he had. Good, good. I wasn't nearly as fast as he was, and my slices weren't half as uniform, but by the way he grinned, you'd have thought I made an entire feast by myself. He worked with the dough and mixed cinnamon and sugar and prepped one of the fryers along the wall. I wondered if he was in charge of desserts at home, or if they were simply his favorite. I helped toss the apples and stuff the dough, and though I was terrified of the hot oil, I did sink one of the baskets. I squealed when the oil came alive, popping and dancing all over the place. Henry only laughed at me a little, which was kind. When he finally placed the tray in front of me, I was dying of hunger and nearly too excited to wait. But I did, and he gestured that I should try. So I plucked up one of the fritter donut pastry things and bit in. Oh, it was heaven.
even better than the rolls he'd made the other day. "Oh, yum!" I exclaimed as I chewed. He broke into a laugh and picked one up himself. He seemed pretty satisfied, but I could see in his eyes he was evaluating what he'd made. I thought they were perfect. "What are these called?" Name." I pointed to the food. "Oh, omenolortsi." "Omenolortsi? Good. Yeah? Good." I smiled to myself. I'd have to tell Caden I was seriously mastering the names of several Swendish desserts. I ate too, feeling a little sick once I was done. And then I watched as Henry passed the plate around to the cooks, who all praised his skills. In the deepest core of myself, I hated that he didn't understand the words they were using. Delectable, flawless, perfection. I got the sense that if he had understood, he'd have said they were being too generous. It was hard to be sure, though. That was just my assumption about who he was. I really didn't know. And, I reminded myself, you don't want to. There were times when it was getting harder and harder to remember that. When Henry finished his rounds and the plate came back with hardly a crumb left, I gave him a shy smile. "I should sleep." "You sleep?" "Yes. Good, good." Tonight? The report?" I asked, trying to keep things simple. He nodded. Report, yes." I placed my hand on his chest. "You were so sweet." "Sweet. The sugar?" I laughed. "Yes, like sugar." He brought his hand up to cover mine, as it was still pressed against his heart. His smile dwindled as he looked at me and swallowed. He shrugged as he held me there, seeming only to want to make the moment last. He held my hand for the longest time, and I could see he was sorting through words in his head, trying so hard to find one that he knew I might understand. But there was nothing. I wanted Henry to know that I saw what he felt. I could tell in every smile and every gesture that he really cared about me. And despite my best efforts, I cared about him too. I worried about how much I would regret it, but there was only one way to express that feeling. I closed the distance between us and placed a hand on his cheek. He stared into my eyes as if he'd discovered something truly valuable, something rare that he might never see again. I nodded slowly, and he lowered his lips to mine. Henry was scared. I could feel it. He was afraid to touch me, afraid to hold me, afraid to move. I didn't know if it was because I was a princess or because he'd never done this before. But that kiss was so vulnerable. That made me love it even more. I pressed my lips into his, trying to tell him without words that this was okay, that I wanted him to hold me. And finally, after a moment of hesitation, he responded. Henry held me like I was delicate, like if his grip was too tight I'd crumble. And his kisses were the same way. Only now, instead of being driven by fear, they were motivated by what felt like reverence. It was an affection almost too beautiful to endure. I pulled away, slightly dizzy from the kiss, noting that his eyes looked pained, but he wore the tiniest smile. "I should go," I said again. He nodded. "Good night." "Good night." I moved slowly until I was out of his sight. Then I ran. My head was swimming with thoughts that I didn't understand. Why did it bother me so much when Gavril picked at Henry? Why did I have to keep Fox when he should have left? Why did Kyle, for goodness sake, Kyle,
keep popping into my mind. And why was it so terrifying even to ask those questions? When I got to my room, I flung myself into bed, feeling disoriented. As angry as I was at Gavril for bringing it up, it did bother me that I couldn't speak to Henry, that I couldn't communicate anything intimate to him because of how uncomfortable it would be to go through Eric. As unnerved as the thought made me, if I was going to tell anyone something personal, it would probably be Henry. I felt safe around him, and I knew he was smart, and I admired his passion. Henry was good. But I didn't speak Finnish, and that was bad. I rolled over onto my back in frustration, yelping when something dug into my spine. Reaching around, I felt that it was a knot. I was still wearing Henry's shirt. I untied it, and despite how absurd it was, pulled it up to my nose. Of course, he smelled like cinnamon and honey and vanilla. Of course he smelled like dessert. Stupid Swendish baker with his stupid spices. This was making me asinine. This was why love was a terrible idea. It made you weak. And there was no one in the world as powerful as me. Chapter 28. At breakfast, I was struck by a number of things. First was Henry trying to catch Eric up on everything that had happened the night before. Eric's eyes kept darting over to mine, and then back to Henry, and he looked like he was trying to calm him down. I thought for sure Henry would be elated today, as the second person in the selection to get a kiss. Instead, he seemed frantic. Across from Henry, Kyle's confused gaze flipped back and forth between him and Eric, as he clearly didn't know enough words to follow even a fraction of the conversation. He slowly spooned food into his mouth without trying to interject. I also noticed that Baden was trying to get my attention. He gave me a small wave and nodded toward the door. I mouthed, "Later," and did my best not to be irritated by him neglecting protocol again. But the worst by far were Mom and Dad surreptitiously peeking over at me, obviously wondering how much I knew about the uprising. I cleared my throat. "So, did I do okay last night?" Dad's face finally broke into a smile. "I was impressed, Edelin. After such a trying week, you were incredibly poised. When Henry got up there, and you were so generous with him, it was a wonderful thing to watch, and I'm happy to see that maybe some of them are appealing to you. Gives me hope." "We'll see where that goes," I hedged. "But I did promise you 3 months, and I think it will take me at least that long to figure any of this out." "I know exactly what you mean," he said, looking as if 1,000 memories were flooding his head. "Thank you." "You're welcome." I watched his sweet, wistful smile, and I could see how much this whole thing meant to him. "Will you be disappointed if I get to the end and there's no engagement?" "No, dear, I won't be disappointed." He only barely accented the word, but it sent me into a sudden tailspin of worry. What would it mean for me when I got to the end and was still single? If we weren't just dealing with post-cast confusion anymore, and trying to quell an outright rebellion, 3 months wasn't enough to fix this. In fact, 2 weeks had already disappeared in a rush. This wasn't going to be enough. And then I understood why they might want to keep any hint of unrest from me. If I thought this was completely pointless, would I quit? If I quit, then there really was nothing. "Don't worry, Daddy," I said. "It's all going to be fine." He put his hand over mine and gave it a squeeze. "I'm sure you're right, dear." Then, taking a deep breath, he went back to his coffee. "I meant to tell you, the background checks are done. If we had made a few calls before the selection, we would have known that Burke had anger issues and that a girl at Jack's school reported him for inappropriate behavior once. It also turns out Ian spends almost all his time alone. I don't think that's anything worth sending him home for, but we should watch him.
Ian's actually been pretty generous.
Oh?
Yeah, but I have noticed he's a bit of a loner. Not sure why, though. He's a good conversationalist. Dad sipped his coffee and stared at Ian.
That's strange.
Anyone else I need to worry about? I asked, not wanting him to linger on Ian. Isolated didn't mean troublemaker.
There was one who had some bad grades, but nothing to kick up a fuss about.
All right, then. The worst has passed. I tried to look encouraging.
I certainly hope so. I'm going to have a special team continue to look into this. I wasn't as diligent as I should have been, and I'm sorry for that,
he confessed. But on the plus side, I could have actual dates to talk about next Friday. He chuckled to himself.
True. So, maybe give someone you haven't talked to yet a chance. I promise, it is actually possible to meet with all of them.
I surveyed the mass of boys. I might not be in the office this week. He shook his head.
Not a problem. Get to know them. I'm still pulling for you to find someone, even if part of you thinks it's pointless.
I might remind you, that wasn't your goal when you proposed this.
All the same.
There are just so many. Anyone you don't like? He squinted.
As a matter of fact.
Dad gazed over each of their faces, trying to find one in particular.
That one. Green shirt.
Black hair?
Yes.
That's Julian. What's wrong with him?
This might sound trivial, but when you were complimenting the others last night, he didn't smile or clap for any of them. Not a good attitude to have. If he can't stand being in their shadows temporarily, how would he handle being in yours for the rest of his life?
For all the mental time I spent debating how much he honestly believed in me as a leader, that statement made it all a waste. Of course he saw me as a leader.
And this might also sound trivial, but I don't think you'd make attractive children.
Daddy! I yelled, causing a bit of a stir. I buried my head in my hand as Dad doubled over in laughter.
I'm just saying.
All right, I'm leaving. Thanks for the insight. I practically bolted from the hall, though I made sure my pace was only slightly faster than what might be considered ladylike. Once I was alone, it turned into an all-out sprint. In my room, I filed through the remaining applications, looking for anything that might make one person more exciting than another. I paused on Julian's picture. Dad was right. No matter how I combined his nose and my eyes, or my mouth and his cheeks, every variation looked awful in my head. Not that it mattered. I'd send him home soon enough, but probably only once a few dates went bad and he had company. The solo eliminations had been rather awful. For now, I had to make a plan. 10 dates. That was the goal before I had to face another report. And I'd need to get at least 3 of them in the papers. How could I make them look magnificent? Mom was in the women's room with Miss Lucy, meeting with a mayor. There weren't very many ladies holding down those positions, so I knew them by heart. This was Mila Warren from Calgary, gracing our home today. I hadn't planned on making this an official visit, but now I had no choice. I curtsied, greeting Mom and her guest.
Your Highness,
Miss Warren sang, standing to give me a deep curtsy.
It's a pleasure to see you, and during such an exciting time.
We're very happy to have you as well, ma'am. Please, sit.
How are you, Edelyn?
Mom asked. Good. I have some questions for you later, I added quietly.
No doubt a little boy talk, eh? Ms. Warren asked with a wink.
Mom and Miss Lucy indulged her with a laugh, but while I smiled, I thought she should know the truth. I don't think the selection is quite what you imagine. She raised her eyebrows.
Please, give me 35 men fighting over me any day.
Honestly, it's more work than anything, I promised. We make it look exciting, but it's challenging.
I can back that up, Mom said. No matter what side of the situation you're on, it's hard. There are long hours of nothing happening, followed by bursts of events. She shook her head. Even now, just thinking back on it, I feel tired.
Mom rested her head on her hand and flicked her eyes toward me. There was something in her expression, that motherly, accepting look, that made me feel understood and comforted. But there was the same worry there, the hint of stress that Dad was wearing this morning. She brushed off the moment and focused on Ms. Warren.
So, Mila, the last I heard, things were going well in Calgary. Oh, yes. Well, we're a quiet bunch.
She'd stopped by on little more than a social call, and I sat there holding my perfect posture until she decided to leave, which only happened because I slipped a note to the maid asking that she come in and tell Mom she was needed urgently. The second Ms. Warren was out the door, Mom straightened her dress.
Let me go see what this is all about.
Relax. It's just me. I studied my nails. They needed some work. Mom and Miss Lucy stared. I wanted to talk to you and she wouldn't stop, so I made an appointment. Sort of. I flashed a cheeky smile. Mom shook her head.
Evelyn, sometimes you can be a little manipulative, she sighed, and sometimes it's a gift. Ugh, I didn't think I could take much more.
I giggled conspiratorially with her and Miss Lucy, glad I wasn't alone.
I feel bad for her, Mom said guiltily. She doesn't get out much, and it's hard to do her job alone. But I didn't appreciate how she spoke to you.
I made a face. I've had worse.
True. She swallowed. What did you need?
I glanced at Miss Lucy. Of course. She answered to my unspoken request. I'm around all day if you need me. She curtsied to Mom, kissed me on my head, and left. It was such a tender gesture. She's so good to me, I said. The boys, too. Sometimes I feel like I ended up with several mothers. I smiled at Mom and she nodded.
I kept the people I love close, and they have fawned over you since the moment they knew you were coming.
I really wish she had children, I said sadly.
Me too. Mom swallowed. I guess by now it's common knowledge that she's faced a long struggle with no success. I'd do nearly anything to be able to help her.
Have you tried? I felt like there was little the Shreves couldn't accomplish. Mom blinked a few times, trying not to cry.
I shouldn't tell you this. It's private. But yes, I've done everything I could. I even went so far as to offer to be a surrogate and carry a baby for her.
She pressed her lips together.
It was the one time I regretted being queen. It appears my body isn't always mine, and there are certain things I'm not allowed to do.
Says who? I demanded.
Everyone, Evelyn. It's not exactly a traditional thing to do, and our advisors thought that people would be upset by it. Some even argued that any baby I carried would have to be in line for the throne. It was ridiculous, so I had to let it go.
I was quiet for a minute, watching my mother recover from a heartbreak years old, and one that wasn't even her own in a way. How do you do that?
What?
It's like you're always giving pieces of yourself away. How do you have anything left for you? I feel exhausted watching you sometimes.
She smiled. When you know who matters most to you, giving things up, even yourself, doesn't really feel like a sacrifice. There are a handful of people who I'd lay down my life for without a second thought. And then there are the people of Ilia, our subjects, who I lay my life down for in a different way." She lowered her eyes and touched up her already immaculate dress. "You probably have people you'd sacrifice for and you don't know it, but you will one day." For a second, I wondered if we were actually related. All the people she was thinking about, Dad, Aaron, Miss Lucy, Aunt May, were important to me, too. But mostly I needed them to help me, not the other way around. "Anyway," she said, "what was it that you needed?" "Oh, so, Dad has deemed that the remaining boys aren't complete lunatics, so I'm focusing on dates this week," I answered, leaning forward. "I'm looking for ideas that would be easy but look great on camera." "Ah." She lifted her eyes to the ceiling in thought. "I'm not sure how useful I can be in that department. Nearly all the dates I had with your father during my selection were walks around the garden." "Seriously? How did you two even get together? That's so boring." She laughed. "Well, it gave us a lot of opportunities to talk. Or to argue, and the majority of our time spent with each other was filled with one or the other." I squinted. "You guys fought?" "All the time." For some reason, that brought a smile to her face. "Honestly, the more and more I hear about your selection, the less sense it makes. I can't even imagine you and Dad fighting." "I know. There were a lot of things we needed to work through. And truthfully, we liked having someone who'd be honest with us, even when it was hard to take." It wasn't that I didn't want someone honest in my life as well, if I ever chose to get married anyway. But he'd need to find a better way of delivering his words if he wanted a chance of sticking around. "Okay, dates," she said, sitting back in her chair and thinking. "I was never good at archery, but if there's someone who is skilled at that, it might look nice." "I think I can do that. Oh, and I've already done horseback riding, so that's out." "Right. Cooking, too." She smiled to herself, as if she couldn't believe I'd allowed that date to happen. And it turned out disastrous. "Well, Kyle and Henry did great. And Fox wasn't terrible." "True," I amended. I found myself thinking about Henry and me cooking alone in the kitchen, the date no one knew about. "Sweetheart, I think instead of going for something flashy, you might try simpler dates. Have tea. Take a walk in the gardens. Meals are always a good standard. You can't eat too many times. It might look better than you riding a horse anyway." I'd been trying to avoid anything that might be too personal, but those types of dates gave the impression of closeness, which was something I thought the public wanted. Maybe she was right. If I went in with a list of safe topics and questions, perhaps it wouldn't feel so bad anyway. "Thanks, Mom. I'll probably give that a go." "Anytime, sweetie. I'm always here for you." "I know." I fidgeted with my dress. "Sorry if I've been a pain lately." She reached across to me. "Edelyn, you're under a lot of stress. We understand. And short of becoming an axe murderer, there's nothing you could do to make me love you less." I laughed. "An axe murderer? That's your limit?" "Well, maybe even then." She winked at me. "Go on. If you're doing several dates this week, you should make a plan." I nodded, and for reasons I wasn't entirely sure of, scuttled into her lap for a second. "Oof," she complained as my weight settled. "Love you, Mom." She wrapped her arms around me tightly. "I love you too, more than you could ever know." I kissed her cheek and hopped up, thinking of the week ahead and hoping it would somehow appease everyone. But those thoughts were driven from my mind when I stepped into the hallway and found Baden there, waiting for me. Chapter 29.
Baden stood and then crossed the hall. The midday sun was filtering in through the windows, making the space warm and covering everything with a slight hint of yellow. Even his dark skin looked brighter somehow. "Stalking me?" I asked, trying to be playful. The hard set of his eyes told me he wasn't in the mood.
"I wasn't sure how else to get a hold of you. You're so hard to find."
I crossed my arms. "Clearly you're upset. Why don't you tell me what it's all about so we can move on?" He made a face, displeased with my offer.
"I want to leave."
I felt like I'd run full speed into a brick wall. "Excuse me?"
"Last night was embarrassing. I asked you out and you shot me down."
I held up a hand. "I never actually said no. You didn't let me get that far."
"Were you going to say yes?"
He sounded skeptical. I raised my arms and let them drop. "I'll never know, because you got an attitude and walked away."
"Are you seriously going to lecture me on having a bad attitude?"
I gasped. How dare he? I got closer to him, though even at my full height, I was dwarfed by his frame. "You know I could have you punished for speaking to me that way, right?"
"So now you're going to bully me? First, you reject me, then you use me for a little snippet of entertainment on the report, and now I've had to spend my entire morning tracking you down after you told me you would meet with me during breakfast."
"You're one person out of 20. I have work to do. How self-centered can you possibly be?" His eyes widened, and he pointed at his chest.
"Me? Self-centered?"
I tried to tuck my heart away, refusing to let him hurt me. "You know, you were one of my favorites. I was going to keep you around for a long time. My family liked you, and I admired your talent."
"I don't need your family's stamp of approval. You were nice to me for all of an hour, then you disappear and it's like nothing happened at all. I have the freedom to leave, and I'm ready to go."
"Then go!" I started walking away. I didn't have to endure that. He yelled down the hall, taking one last stab at me.
"My friends all told me I was crazy to put my name in. They were so right."
I kept going.
"You're pushy, you're selfish. What was I thinking?"
I turned a corner, even though it didn't lead to where I was going. I could find my way eventually. I held it in, keeping the brave face I'd always been taught to have. No one could know how much that hurt. After a trip that took twice as long as it should have, I finally made it to the 3rd floor. I started crying the second I hit the landing, unable to stay composed any longer. Baden's words repeated themselves in my head, and I clutched my stomach, feeling them like literal blows. Before any of the boys had shown up, I'd had a list of ideas for how to get rid of them. I planned on making them so angry they'd say plenty of the things Baden just had. But I'd done nothing to provoke him, and he said them anyway. What was so wrong with me that I got rejected simply for being myself? And his last words did exactly what he wanted them to. It looked like I'd had millions of choices when I drew the names nearly a month ago. How many men hadn't entered because they already objected to me on some level? Did people think I was pushy? Selfish? Which were the public enjoying more? The sweet moments between me and the boys, or the moments when I looked like a failure? I straightened up to head to my room, only to see that Eric was waiting outside my door for me and had undoubtedly just watched my crying fit. I swiped at my face, trying to clean it up, but there was no hiding the puffy eyes or red cheeks. Eric seeing me like this was almost as bad as the original issue, but the only way to make it seem as if it was nothing was to act as if it was nothing. I walked over to Eric, achingly aware of the sadness in his eyes, and he bowed as I approached. "I feel like maybe I've come at a bad time," he said, the tiniest hint of sarcasm in his voice. I smiled. "Ever so slightly," I answered, acknowledging my hurt against my better judgment. "Still, I'm happy to help you if I can. Eric pressed his lips together, unsure if he should go on.
I wanted to talk to you about Henry. He didn't send me,
he insisted, holding up a hand.
I think he'd come to you himself if he could speak on his own, but he's embarrassed.
Eric swallowed.
He told me about the kiss.
I nodded. I figured.
He's afraid he crossed a line. He said something about holding on to you and that he probably should have let go, but then he didn't, and...
I shook my head. That makes it sound much worse than it was. I stood there, lost. We were trying to communicate, and when the words didn't work, well, that did. For some reason, I was upset admitting this to Eric, even though he already knew everything.
So you're not cross with him?
I heaved out a breath, almost laughing because the idea was so bizarre. No, he's one of the kindest people I know. I'm not upset with him in the slightest. Eric nodded.
Would it be all right if I told him as much?
Absolutely. I wiped at my eyes again, pulling off smudged eyeliner in the process. Yuck.
Are you okay, Your Highness?
His voice was so tender, but mercifully lacking pity. I almost explained what had happened to him, but it was borderline inappropriate. It was one thing to talk about Henry. It was another to discuss the other suitors at length. I am. Or will be. Don't worry about me. Just make sure Henry is all right. His expression changed slightly, and I could see the weight of that role in his eyes.
I do my best.
I studied him. Henry really wants it, doesn't he? Eric shook his head.
There is no it. He wants you.
After Baden's heart-shattering speech, it was hard to imagine this was possible. But Eric confirmed it as he went on.
He talks of you endlessly. Each day in the men's parlor, I'm translating political science books to him, or trying to explain the difference between the absolute monarchy you have here and the constitutional monarchy he grew up with in Swendway. He even...
Eric paused to chuckle.
He even studies the way your brothers walk and stand. He wants to be worthy of you in every way.
I swallowed, overcome by this admission. Smirking, trying to dull the feeling, I replied, "But he can't even speak to me."
I know,
he answered solemnly.
Which is why I wonder...
Wonder what? He rubbed his hand over his mouth, trying to decide if he should continue.
It's easiest to learn new languages when you're a child, and it can be taught later in life, but the accent will probably always be bad. Henry simply has a difficult time retaining it. At the rate he's going, it would be years before you'd be able to carry on the most basic conversations. And the nuances of languages, slang and colloquialisms, would take years beyond that. Do you understand what that would mean?
That I wouldn't be able to communicate with him for who knew how long. By the time the selection should end, we still would hardly know each other. I do. 2 small words, but they felt massive, like they were filling up the entire hallway, crushing me.
I just thought you should know that. I wanted you to be aware of what things might look like if you had developed feelings for him, too.
Thank you, I breathed.
Do you?
He asked suddenly.
Have feelings for him?
I'd been so emotional already that the question sent me into a tailspin.
I honestly have no idea how I feel about anything. Hey.
He reached out a hand before thinking better of it.
I'm sorry. I was being nosy. That's really none of my business, and you're obviously having a rough day. I'm an ass.
I wiped at my nose.
No. You're trying to be a good friend.
To him? To me? It's no big deal. He tucked his hands behind his back.
Well, I am, you know?
Huh? He sighed, seeming embarrassed.
Your friend, if you need one.
It was such a simple offer, yet generous in a million ways. I couldn't imagine having a better one. He beamed but was quiet. It seemed like the times when we were silent were some of the easiest. Eventually, he cleared his throat.
I'm sure you have work to do, but I hate leaving you alone when you feel so bad.
No, I kind of prefer it. Eric gave me a half-hearted smile.
If you say so.
He bowed.
Hope your day gets better.
It already has, I promised, walking around him to get into my room, a kind smile on my face. Miss? Nina asked as I came through the doorway. I couldn't imagine how awful I looked. Hi, Nina. Are you all right? Not exactly, but I'll get there. Can you bring me the selection forms, please? I have work to do. Though the confusion on her face was plain, she did as I asked. She also brought a box of tissues. Thank you. I thought I was past the worst of it, but I did tear up again as I looked at the pictures, wondering who was maybe here despite having reservations, and hating each of them on the off chance it applied to them all. Nina, could you get me some paper? Once again she obeyed, bringing a cup of tea along with a notebook. She really was too good. I tried to plot out my week. Apsel's application said he played the piano, so I'd arrange for us to work on duets tomorrow morning. And in the early evening, I'd walk outside with Tavish. Monday would be tea with Gunnar, and a photography walk with Harrison. Dad would probably love that. I finished my plans and set down my pile of papers beside me. Without a word, Nina started a bath. I sipped the last of my tea and put the cup back on the table next to the pot so she wouldn't have to go hunting for it later. In the bathroom, steam was filling the air, and I planted myself in front of the mirror, pulling pins out of my hair. Between the soothing water and Nina's calming presence, I was free from most of Baden's harsh words by the time I was ready to dry off. Do you want to talk about it? Nina asked quietly, pulling a brush through my hair. There's not much to say. People will throw food at me. People will throw words at me. And I have to be stronger than that if I'm going to survive. She let out a disapproving sound, and I watched her troubled eyes in the mirror. What? Nina stopped brushing for a minute, looking at my reflection. For all my problems, I'd never trade them for yours. I'm so sorry. I pulled myself up. Nothing to be sorry for. This was what I was born to do. That's not fair, though, is it? I thought eliminating the castes meant that no one was born into anything. Does that apply to everyone except you? Apparently. It didn't matter that Apsel's skills were so good I praised him endlessly, and it didn't matter that the photos of Tavish and me in the garden were positively beautiful. With all the work I put in, neither of those things were headline material Monday morning. Above the pictures of me and my dates was an entirely different story. It's work, screamed the headline above a candid shot of me yawning. An exclusive source had shared that I felt the selection process was more work than anything, and that we make it look exciting. All I could think about was how badly I wanted to hurt Mila Warren. I couldn't blame her completely, though. Baden's expose on how staged the selection was helped nothing. He described me at length as frigid, two-faced, and distant. He spoke of our one charming moment alone, and then my intentional disconnection from him, and said there was no way he could have stayed in the palace, living under such a lie. I knew it was likely that he was paid an exorbitant amount of money for his story, and that he was probably worrying about a mountain of debt for his education, but I felt certain he would have said it all for free. Juxtaposing those stories with the one of my weekend dates cheapened everything about them. It was a waste of effort, and worse, it was visibly taking a toll on Dad. Weeks had passed. He still had no idea how to address the caste issues, and pockets of rioters were calling for the end of the monarchy. I was failing in every possible way. After breakfast, I went to my room, looking at my plans for the day. Were they worthless now? Was there a way to make these dates better? I heard a knock and turned to see Kyle standing at the door. I ran into his arms without a second thought.
"Hey,"
he said, holding me tight.
"I don't know what to do. Everything's just getting worse and worse."
He pulled back and lowered his eyes to meet mine.
"Some of the guys are confused. They don't know if they're being used, Eadlin,"
he continued in a whisper, presumably so Nina wouldn't hear his words.
"I know our first kiss was for show. Is it all for show? If it is, you need to come clean."
I stared into his eyes. How had I ever thought he was anything less than smart and funny and handsome and kind? I didn't want to respond in a whisper, so I signaled for Nina to leave. And once she had closed the door behind her, I faced him again. "It's complicated, Kyle."
"I'm a very intelligent person. Explain."
His words were calm, an invitation more than a demand. "If you had asked me the night before everyone came, I would have said it was all a joke. But it's not anymore. Not to me." The words shocked me. I'd fought caring about these boys, and I was still terrified of them getting closer. Even now, Kyle was walking the edge of my comfort zone, and I was unsure how I'd manage if he pushed himself over the line. "You matter to me," I confessed. "A lot of you do. But do I think I'll get married?" I shrugged. "I can't say."
"That doesn't make sense. Either you want this or you don't."
"That's not fair. When your name was called, did you want to participate? Would you say the same thing now?" I didn't realize how tense he'd become until he let out a breath and closed his eyes.
"Okay, I can understand that."
"It's been harder than I thought, with so many disasters along the way. And I'm not as good at showing my emotions as other girls, so it comes across like I don't care, even when I do. I like to keep things to myself. It looks bad, I know, but it's real." He'd been around me long enough to know it was true.
"You need to address this. You need to say something publicly about that story,"
he insisted, his eyes focused on mine. I rubbed my temple. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. What if I somehow make it worse?" He poked my stomach, something we hadn't done since we were children.
"How can the truth make anything worse?"
Well, that confirmed all my anxieties. Admitting how much this meant to me now might also mean owning up to the origins of this particular selection. With the way things were going, that wouldn't win me any sympathy. He turned me around and pointed me toward my table and chairs.
"Here, let's sit for a minute."
I sat beside him, piling up some of the dress ideas I had been working on.
"Those are impressive, Eadlin,"
he remarked. I gave him a weak smile. "Thank you, but it's really just a bunch of scribbles."
"Don't do that,"
he said.
"Don't make it seem like it's not important."
I remembered those words, and they soothed me. Kyle pulled over a handful of the pencils and started some sketches of his own. "What are you drawing?" I asked, looking at the little boxes.
"An idea I've been experimenting with. I've been reading about some of the poorer provinces. One of their bigger issues is housing right now."
"Because of the manufacturing boom?"
"Yeah."
He continued to sketch, making practically perfect straight lines. Dad did what he could to encourage more industrial growth in some of the primarily agricultural provinces. It was good for everyone if things could be processed where they were grown. But as that took off, more and more people moved to be closer to those areas, meaning not everyone had adequate housing.
"I know a little bit about how much it costs to get supplies, and I figured out that it'd be possible to build these smaller huts, basically like family cubicles, fairly inexpensively. I've been playing with the idea over the last few weeks. If there was someone I could get the design to, they might be able to implement it.
I looked at the little structure, barely as big as my bathroom, abutted against an identical box. They each had a door and a side-facing window. A little tube at the top caught rainwater, and a small bucket collected it by the door. Vents lined the top, and a small tarp jutted out in front, shading the front of the space. They look so tiny, though.
But they'd feel like a mansion if you were homeless.
I exhaled, thinking that was probably true. There can't be space for a bathroom in there.
No, but most people use facilities inside the plants. That's what I read anyway. This would be strictly for shelter, which means workers would be more rested, have better help, and there's just something special about having a place to call your own.
I watched Kyle, his eyes focused on the extra little details he was adding to his work. I knew that hit home for him, that he was aching for anything that truly belonged to him. He pushed the paper away gently, adding it to the others.
Not nearly as exciting as a ball gown, but that's all I know how to draw.
He concluded with a laugh. And you do it so well.
I just wanted to distract you for a minute. But I don't know what else to do.
I reached over and held his hand. That you came at all is enough. I shouldn't let myself sulk too much anyway. I need to come up with a plan of action.
Like talking about it?
I shrugged. Maybe. I have to speak with my dad first. I could tell he thought I was being silly, but he didn't know what was going on. Not really. And even as someone in the know, it was hard to understand. Thanks for coming, Kyle. I owe you one.
You owe me too. I'm still waiting for that chat with my mom.
He winked, not too upset I hadn't delivered yet. My promise was still in the back of my head, and I'd had more than one opportunity to bring it up with Miss Marley. But now I was the problem, not her. It was getting harder to imagine the palace without Kyle around. Of course, I haven't forgotten. He poked my stomach again and I giggled.
I know.
Let me go talk to my parents. I need to figure out what to do.
Okay.
He put an arm around me and walked me out the door, parting with me at the stairs. From there I went straight to the office, nervous about how tired Dad looked when I came in, and cleared my throat. He popped his head up from the papers, shoving the stack of them into a drawer, as if I wouldn't see.
Hey, sweetie, I thought you were going to be working on the selection side of things this week.
Well, that was the plan. But I'm wondering if that will even be of any help right now. He was crestfallen.
I don't know how this happened, Eadlin. I'm sorry.
I'm the one who should be sorry. Baden exaggerated things, but the barest points of his story were real. And with the mayor, I said those things out loud. It's true. But I was simply venting about the work of it all. Ask Mom, she was there. Everything got twisted around.
I already spoke to her, honey, and I'm not upset with you. I just can't understand why Mila would do that. It's like everyone is taking aim at us right now.
He kept opening his mouth like he wanted to say more, but he was so confused by the overwhelming unhappiness of the public, he didn't know where to start. I'm trying, Dad, but I don't think it's good enough. Which made me wonder if maybe we wanted to try something different. He shrugged.
I'm up for almost anything at the moment.
Let's switch the focus. No one trusts me right now. Let's bring Camille in for a visit, and let people see how in love Aaron is with her. He always does much better in the spotlight. I can come in and talk about their influence on me, and then we can pick up with the selection shortly after. Try to blend one love story into another. He stared at his desk, contemplating.
I don't know where you get some of your ideas, but that's inspired, Eadlin, and I think Aaron will be beside himself. Let me make a call and see if she can even come before we say anything, all right?
Absolutely.
I want you to plan a party for her. You two should know each other better than you do.
As if I didn't have anything else to worry about. I'll start at once. He picked up the telephone and I went back to my room, hoping this would be enough to get things back on the right track. Chapter 30. 2 days later, I was standing on the tarmac next to my giddy brother, who was holding an obnoxiously large bouquet in his hands.
Why don't you get me flowers like that? Because I'm not trying to impress you.
You're worse than those boys back at the palace, I said, shaking my head. She's going to be the Queen of France. Girls like us are hard to amaze.
I know.
He looked idiotically happy.
Guess I'm just lucky.
The stairs lowered from the plane, and 2 guards came down before Camille. She was a willowy thing, blonde and petite, with a face that looked eternally well-rested and excited. In person and in print, I'd never seen her wearing anything that remotely resembled a frown. There was protocol to follow, but Aaron and Camille bypassed it, running into each other's arms. He held her tightly and kissed every corner of her face, ruining half of his flowers in the process. Camille laughed as he peppered her with affection, and I felt a little awkward standing there, waiting for it to end so I could say hello.
"I have missed you so,"
she cried, her accent making each word sound like a surprise.
I have so much to show you. I asked Mom and Dad to make you a permanent suite, so you will always have the best room when you come.
"Oh, Erin, so generous for me."
He turned, grinning from ear to ear, suddenly recalling my presence.
You remember my sister, of course.
We curtsied to each other and she rose elegantly.
"Your Highness, so nice to see you again. I bring gifts for you."
For me?
"Yes, here is a secret," she said, leaning in. "You can wear all of them."
I perked up. Wonderful. Maybe I'll have to use some of it at the party I'm throwing for you tonight. She gasped and placed both hands on her chest.
"For me?"
She turned her blue eyes on Aaron.
"Really?"
Really?
It was strange to see him with this look in his eyes, like maybe he was in the middle of an act of worship, prepared to sacrifice anything to please Camille.
"Your family is so good to me. Let's go. I'm dying to see your mother."
I tried to keep up with him on the ride back to the palace, but Aaron spoke mostly in French for her benefit, and since I had chosen to master Spanish, I was completely in the dark. Once we got home, Mom, Dad, Caden, and Austin were all waiting on the front stairs for us. Positioned on the edges of the steps, trying to be inconspicuous, were several photographers. Aaron exited first, holding out his hand to help Camille. When I scooted over and reached for him, it turned out he'd already run off with Camille, who was rushing into my mother's arms. Mom, Dad, and Caden all knew French and were greeting her warmly. I walked over to Austin, who looked like he was itching to climb on something. "What are you up to today?" I asked.
"I don't know."
"Go find the selected guys and ask them awkward questions. Report back." He laughed and went running.
Where's he off to?
Dad asked quietly.
"Nowhere."
"Let's all go inside," Mom announced. "You should nap before tonight. Edelin's been working so hard on this party. It's going to be wonderful."
I'd thought of everything. The music was live, suitable for slow dancing, and there was a mix of foods, both from Ilia and France, as well as some of those delicious apple fritters Henry had made for me. I couldn't wait for him to see. Mom looked radiant as always, and Dad didn't seem quite so worn out. Josie was right at home, and I was pleased because for once she hadn't stolen a tiara. Caden was like a little ambassador, walking around the room and shaking hands. I was, of course, staying close to the happy couple, which was both captivating and draining. Aaron looked at Camille like she hung the sun in the sky every morning. It was beautiful the way he watched her, enchanted by every breath that came out of her mouth. But I felt strangely detached from it all, because no one had ever done that for me, and I'd never done that for anyone else. I found myself jealous of Camille. Not for having the unwavering love of my brother, which I knew to be one of the steadiest forces in the world, but because everything about her came so effortlessly. What had the French queen done to raise her like this? Camille was delicate and sweet, and yet no one would think to try and walk all over her. I kept up with international affairs, and I knew her people cherished her. Last year on her birthday, an impromptu party started in the streets in her honor and lasted for 3 days. 3 days! I thought my education was fair and well-rounded, which meant one thing. My shortcomings had nothing to do with how or what I was taught, but with me alone. The realization forced me to step away from her and Aaron. Standing near her only made me feel worse. Before I could get too far, Ian was in front of me, holding out his arm.
Long time no see.
I rolled my eyes. I see you every day. I laced my arm through his all the same.
But we don't get to speak. I've been wondering how you're doing.
Excellent. Can't you tell? I'm running around like a crazy person trying to date while being accused of faking it all, and my brother is in love with a perfect girl, and I know eventually she's going to steal him away.
Steal him?
I nodded. When they finally do get married, which will require her mother's express approval, and a lengthy engagement to plan what will surely be the most ostentatious wedding anyone has ever seen, he'll have to live in France with her. He said, leading me to the dance floor and placing a hand on my waist.
I can't do much about your brother, but if he does end up leaving, you still have someone you can always depend on.
Would you happen to be speaking about yourself? I teased, swaying to the music.
Of course, he replied. My offer still stands.
I haven't forgotten it. As I took in the room, with all its trappings and important guests, it was hard to deny just how well he fit in with the crowd. Ever since Ian had arrived, he'd carried himself with a kind of poise that few people possessed. If I hadn't known better, I would have guessed that he grew up in a palace as well.
If there's any truth to that article, you don't have to torture yourself with these little boys. I will be everything you could ask for in a husband. I will be faithful, kind, and a true helper. I will never demand love from you, and I will be more than happy simply to live by your side.
I still couldn't understand his motivation. In some ways, he could do so much better. I thank you again for your offer, but I haven't given up on the selection yet. Ian cocked his head to the side, smiling slyly.
Oh, but I think you have.
And why is that? I tried to match his know-it-all attitude as best I could.
Because I'm still here, and if you were really hoping to find love, I can't see why you would keep me around.
We were both grinning at the audacity of his statement as I stopped dancing, pulling my hands away slowly. I could send you home right now, you know.
But you won't,
he assumed, that impish grin still plastered to his face.
You know I can give you the one thing you really want, and you're the only one who can give me what I want.
Which is?
Comfort. Comfort in exchange for freedom.
He shrugged.
I think that's a pretty good deal.
He bowed.
See you tomorrow, Your Highness.
I couldn't stand that he was probably the only person here more calculating than I was. He knew exactly what I wanted, and how far I was willing to go to get it, which was irritating. I was close to the side door of the great room and slipped into the hallway for a moment to be by myself. I rubbed my cheeks, so tired of smiling. It was cooler out here, and much easier to think.
Your Highness?
Eric came down the hall in the smartest suit I'd seen him in to date. His hair was neater than usual, slightly slicked back. He looked taller, prouder. My jaw fell open at the change. He looked positively gorgeous. "You clean up nice," I said, trying to get my expression somewhere close to normal again.
Oh.
He looked down.
I was aiming for appropriate. You did much better than that. I pushed myself off the wall to face him. You think? Hale told me I should consider thinner ties. I giggled. Well, Hale is pretty gifted when it comes to style, but you look very good. He stood there, clearly ill at ease with the praise. So are you enjoying the party? I peeked back into the room. It's a success, don't you think? Good food, excellent music, a wide range of company. It might be the best party I've ever thrown. So diplomatic, he said. I turned back to Eric and smiled. I feel like I'm the one competing tonight. With who? He asked, shocked. Camille, of course. I looked back into the room, trying to hide behind the doors I watched. Eric came beside me, and we both followed her as she danced with Aaron across the floor. That's ridiculous. That's kind of you, but I know better. She's everything I try to be. I'd thought this to myself before, but I'd never admitted it to anyone. I wasn't sure how Eric managed to make me want to confide this in him. But why would you try to be her, when Eidlin is more than enough? I whipped my head back to him, as if the concept was unimaginable. I was in a constant state of striving. I was never enough. Eric's words nearly brought tears to my eyes, and I reached down to take his hand, as I'd done in my bedroom not that long ago. I'm so glad I got to meet you. However this whole thing ends, I think I've been enlightened just by crossing paths with some of you. He smiled. And I'll never be able to express what a privilege it's been to know you. I think I meant to shake his hand, but we ended up standing there, connected in silence for a while. Did you put your name in? I asked suddenly. For the selection, I mean. He smiled and shook his head. No. Why not? He shrugged, searching for an answer. Because... who am I? You're Aiko. He stood there, slightly dazed at the sound of his given name. Finally, he smiled again. Yes, I'm Aiko, but you barely know me. I know Aiko as well as he knows Eidlin, and I can tell you are enough as well. He rubbed his thumb against the back of my hand, the tiniest movement, and I could sense we were both wondering what would have happened if his name had been in one of those baskets. Maybe he'd be one of the contenders. Maybe he wouldn't have been picked at all. It was hard to say if the risk would have been worth it in the end. I should get back in there. I pointed over my shoulder to the party. Of course. See you. I focused on my posture and stood as tall as I could, which was much more impressive in these heels Camille brought me. I walked into the room, graciously greeting everyone with a bow of my head. I could have stopped a dozen times, but I pushed on until I found Henry. Hello, he greeted. I meant to go see him a dozen times this week, but between dating at top speed, doing damage control, and planning for Camille, I hadn't gotten to speak to Henry at all. I could see that he was anxious, and though I was sure Eric conveyed everything I'd said, I think we both knew we needed to actually speak. Just the two of us. Okay? I asked. He nodded. And you okay? I nodded. With that, he let out a massive sigh, and the bright face I'd come to expect was back again. I tried to think of all the disagreements and misunderstandings I'd had in my life. There was no way any of them was ended with less than 5 words. But that was genuinely all I needed from Henry, to know his regret at possibly offending me, without wishing at all that he could take back that kiss. Maybe Eric had nothing to worry about. Maybe Henry and I could communicate just fine. Dance? I asked, pointing to the floor. Please. I was nearly as tall as him in these shoes, and he wasn't much of a dancer. But what he lacked in grace, he made up for with enthusiasm. He spun me several times, and even dipped me twice.
When I came up the second time, laughing, I spotted Eric over his shoulder. I could have been wrong, but his shy smile looked a little sad. Chapter 31. Camille looked flawless on the front of every paper, and a few of the gossip magazines that tended to equate our family with movie stars and singers. She brightened the mood in the women's room simply by sitting there, and Aunt May came to visit for a few days solely to see her. I knew why I had problems with Josie. She was bratty and juvenile, and tried so hard to be me that I felt like I had to be overly guarded when she was near. But it was more complicated with Camille. Even her perfection was a quiet thing, as if she hardly noticed it at all. So though I really, really wanted to hate her, I knew that would look much worse for me than for the sweet, unassuming French girl. "How is your mother?" Mom asked Camille. And something about her tone made it seem like she felt obligated to inquire about Queen Daphne. It was the one subject that seemed to take any effort between them. Mom handed her a cup of tea, and Camille happily took it, pausing as she thought through her answer. "Very well. She wanted me to send you our love." "I've been seeing pictures of her lately, and she looks the most content I've ever seen her." Mom placed her hands in her lap, smiling kindly. This comment felt more genuine. "She is," Camille agreed. "I don't know what's come over her, but she has never been more joyful. And her happiness only makes me happier." Her eyes grew soft at the thought of her mother, and again I was forced to wonder exactly what was going on in the French palace. "So," Josie said, crossing her legs quite dramatically and taking over the conversation, "any chance we'll be hearing wedding bells in your future?" Camille bashfully looked away, and everyone laughed. "Perhaps," she hedged. "I know Erin is the one, but we both want to find the proper time." Miss Marley sighed. "So I suppose in the middle of the selection is not at the top of the list?" "Never." Camille laid a hand on my lap. "I wouldn't take this moment from such a dear friend." Miss Marley and Miss Lucy clutched their hands together at the thought. "Which reminds me," Camille straightened up. "Idlen, you have told me nothing. What are these boys like?" I chuckled. More trouble than they're worth. "Oh, stop," Mom teased. "Please, don't tell me anything about Kyle. Ick," Josie protested. Her mother swatted her leg. "I need an update, too," Aunt May insisted. "I missed a lot. I saw there was a fight." "There was." I rolled my eyes, remembering. "The truth is, I'm still getting to know most of them," I admitted. "There are a few standouts, but things change from day to day, so it's hard to measure who might be better than anyone else." "Measure?" Camille sounded sad. "There is no measure. Isn't there one person who fills your heart and takes up all your thoughts?" As she said it, a name popped into my head. And I was so surprised that anyone came to mind at all, that I didn't have time to absorb exactly who it was. I forced myself to concentrate on the conversation. "I guess I'm just not as romantically inclined as some people." "Obviously," Josie muttered under her breath. Either Camille didn't hear her, or she dismissed it. "I believe you will find a wonderful husband. I cannot wait to see." The conversation drifted away, and I listened quietly. I wasn't sure if I needed to stay in the room all day, or if I was supposed to go work with Dad. It seemed like I'd been doing everything wrong lately, and I didn't want to add to my running list of mistakes. And I liked girl talk, but I needed a little break. I excused myself and made my way into the hall, not sure of where I would go. 15 minutes. I promised myself after that I'd go back and be vibrant and engaging. By pure luck, I caught Hale on his way out to the gardens, holding a tray with carafes of water on it. He saw me and broke into a giant smile.
"Where are you off to?"
he asked. "Nowhere, really. Taking a break from the women's room."
"Some of the guys are playing baseball outside, if you want to come."
I went over to the window, and sure enough, maybe 8 of the boys were out there tossing a ball. Where did they even get that stuff?
"Austin."
Of course, Austin had everything. I watched the boys roll up their pant legs and slide off their dress shoes, pushing one another jovially. "I've never played baseball," I admitted.
"All the more reason to join us."
"Can you play?"
"I'm more of a pitcher than a hitter, but I do all right. And I'll teach you."
Hale's face was so genuine. I really believed he'd take care of me out there. "Okay, but I'll probably be rotten."
"Since when are you rotten at anything?"
he said, leading us out the doorway. Kyle was there, as were Apsel, Tavish, and Harrison. Alex was there too, and I hated to admit that I'd been very tempted to send him back to Calgary ever since Mila blabbed to the papers. I was still considering it. Henry was stretching next to Lind, so I instinctively looked for Eric. He was there, sitting on one of the stone benches. "Your Highness," Edwin called, getting my attention. "Are you here to watch?" "No, sir. I'm here to play." Several of the boys clapped or cheered, though I seriously doubted any of them considered me a positive addition. Okay, I said loudly, raising my arms. "Just keep in mind that I need to be back inside in a few minutes. And I've never played before. At all. But I thought I'd give it a quick go before I get to work again."
"You've got this,"
Tavish assured me.
"Here, give me your shoes. I'll put them by mine."
I slipped off my heels and placed them in his hands.
"Ugh, these are heavy. How do you lift your feet?"
"Strong calves?" He laughed and carried my shoes to the side.
"All right, Evelyn's up first then,"
Kyle insisted. I had a general understanding of how the game worked. 3 outs, 4 bases. What I was lost on were the mechanics. Hale was standing out in the middle of the diamond, practicing his pitches with Apsel. Raoul, who was going to be catching, came up behind me.
"Here's what you need to do,"
he said. He had a thick Hispanic accent, but his instructions were nice and clear.
"You grab the bat here and here,"
he demonstrated, clutching the bat firmly toward the bottom.
"Legs apart and keep your back foot dug into the grass, okay?"
"Okay."
"Just watch the ball."
"Watch the ball. All right." Raoul passed me the bat, which weighed much more than I expected.
"Good luck."
"Thanks." I stood at the makeshift base, trying to do everything Raoul had told me to. I supposed if Hale was pitching, then he and I were on different teams. All the same, he was grinning when he saw me in my stance.
"It'll come in slow, okay?"
I nodded. He threw the ball and I swung well above it. The same thing happened the second time. I wasn't sure what happened with the third, but I ended up spinning around. Hale laughed and so did Raoul, and while I typically would have felt embarrassed, this didn't seem too bad. "Evelyn! Evelyn!" I recognized my mother's voice instantly, and I faced the open windows of the women's room. Everyone was there, and I waited for her to order me back inside. "Get them!" she yelled. "Hit it!" Aunt May raised her arms in the air. "Go, Edie!" The rest of the girls joined in, shouting and clapping. I laughed and turned back to Hale. He gave me a nod. I returned it, gripping the bat. I finally connected with the ball, sending it low and to the left. I shrieked, dropped the bat so I could pick up my dress, and bolted to the first base. "Go, Edie, go!" Kyle screamed. I saw Henry chasing the ball, so I headed to the second base, watching him the whole time. I wasn't going to make it. Impulsively, I lunged, falling into the base. I beat him. Everyone erupted. It wasn't even still my turn, and it wasn't like I'd won, but it felt huge. Suddenly, Edwin lifted me up off the ground and hugged me, swinging me around. Moments later, Mom and Josie and all the other ladies were outside, slipping off their shoes and demanding a turn. Someone alerted Dad and my brothers to the game, and Caden showed everyone what a superior athlete he was. Mom and Dad stood off to the side, arms around each other. The selected boys patted one another on the back, and Aaron snuck away with Camille, kissing her every step of the way. "Go, Henry!" I yelled when he came up to bat. Eric sneaked up beside me and joined in. We were both a little too dignified to jump around, but we pumped our fists in the air. "Isn't this great?" I said. "I love that he can just play without worrying about words."
"Me too," Eric agreed. "I can't believe you hit that ball."
I laughed. "I know. It was completely worth getting my dress dirty for."
"Agreed. Is there anything you can't do?" he teased.
"Plenty," I said, soberly thinking over my many faults.
"Like what?"
Speak Finnish?" He laughed.
"Okay, so one thing. That's forgivable."
"What about you?" Eric looked around.
"I couldn't run a country."
I waved my hand.
"Trust me, if I can learn to do it, anybody could."
Mom rushed up, embracing me.
"This was a great idea."
"The boys did it," I explained. "I happened to be in the right place to get an invitation." I looked past her, watching Dad walk up to the plate. "Go, Daddy, go!" He lifted his arm, pointing into the distance, and Mom shook her head.
"Not gonna happen,"
she mumbled. As she guessed, he completely struck out. We clapped for him anyway, celebrating as the game continued on, with no one keeping score. For just one moment we were happy. My family and friends swarmed around me, laughing and clapping and enjoying the sun. Mom wrapped me up in another hug, kissing my head and telling me how proud she was of my hit, though I didn't even try again the whole time. Austin ran in circles, disrupting things and making everyone laugh. Josie had stolen one of the boys' dress shirts and was wearing it open over her dress, looking silly and completely delighted. It was a bubble of pure joy. There were no cameras around to capture it, no reporters to tell the world about it. And for some reason, that made it so much better. Chapter 32. I wanted to live in that place, to forget about all the worries hanging over my family, threatening to drop at any moment. But the peace was gone by dinner. Some of the selected boys who missed out on the game were complaining that they should have been told about it. The ones who were present, they claimed, had gotten an unfair amount of additional face time with me, and they were asking for some sort of group date for them. They elected Winslow to tell me this, and he stood in front of me with puppy dog eyes, relaying the collective dejection of the group. We were outside the dining hall, where he caught me as I was heading back to my room.
"We're simply asking for another group date to keep things fair."
I rubbed my temple. It wasn't exactly a date. There was no planning involved, and my family was with me for most of it, including my younger brothers.
"We understand that, and we're willing to do any planning if you'll agree to come."
I sighed, frustrated. How many people would it be exactly?
"Only 8. Ian asked not to be included."
I smirked to myself. Of course, Ian wanted nothing to do with a bunch of boys grumbling about more time. It made me wonder if I should go grab him right now for a date, simply to make a point. I suspected he'd hoped for just that. "You organize the date, and I'll do my best to make time for it." Winslow beamed.
"Thank you, Your Highness."
"But," I added quickly, "please pass along to the others that griping like this does not elevate my opinion of you. If anything, this is a bit childish, so you'd better make this the date of your lives." Winslow's face fell as I walked past him and up the stairs. 2 more months. I could do this. Admittedly, there were as many lows as there were highs, but I sensed the worst had passed. I was feeling less intimidated by the boys after the game, and I felt sure I could give Dad the time he needed. I still wasn't quite certain what to do with my heart. I rounded the stairs to the 3rd floor, catching Aaron leaving his room. He'd changed out of his suit coat and into a vest, and I felt sure he was heading to Camille's new suite. "Do you ever stop smiling?" I asked, unable to believe his face could hold that pose for so many days straight.
"Not when she's here."
He straightened his vest.
"Do I look okay?"
"As always. I'm sure she doesn't care one way or another. She's as head over heels for you as you are for her." He sighed.
"I think so too. I hope so."
It was like he was already gone. In his mind, he was in Paris, showering Camille with kisses and debating what to name their children. I felt him leaving me. I wasn't ready. I swallowed, daring to say what I'd been deliberating over for a very long time. "Look, Aaron, she's a great girl. There's no denying it. But maybe she's not the one." His smile finally faltered.
"What do you mean?"
"Just that you might want to consider other options. There are so many eligible girls in Ilia that you've completely bypassed. Don't rush into something that you can't undo. If you and Camille broke up, it would be nothing. If you got divorced, we could lose our alliance with France." Aaron stared at me.
"Evelyn, I know you're hesitant to fall in love, but I know how I feel about her. Just because you're scared—"
"I'm not scared," I insisted. "I'm trying to help you. I love you maybe more than anyone. I'd do nearly anything for you, and I thought you'd do the same for me." Every ounce of happiness left his face.
"I would. You know I would."
"Then please, think about it. That's all I'm asking." He nodded, running his fingers over his mouth and cheeks, looking concerned, almost lost. Aaron brought his eyes to mine, gave me a tiny smile, and opened his arms for a hug. He held me tightly, like he'd never needed a hug so badly in his life.
"I love you, Edie."
"And I love you." He kissed my hair and let me go, continuing on to Camille's room. Nina was waiting for me with my nightgown ready. "Any plans for the evening, or do you want to dress for bed?" "Bed," I assured her. "But wait until you hear what these boys are doing now." I told her about the demanded group date, adding that Ian had excused himself from it. "Smart move on his part," she agreed. "I know. I keep wondering if that warrants a special date just for him." "A real date or a spite date?" I laughed. "I hardly know. What am I supposed to do with all these boys?" "Weed 'em out! Ha! I found a piece of grass we missed earlier." She pulled the blade around for me to see before tossing it in the trash. "That was so much fun," I said. "I'll never forget Mom's face, hanging out of the window telling me to go for it. I was sure I was in trouble." "I wish I could have seen that." "You really don't need to hide in my room all day. It's always clean, and it doesn't take too long for me to get dressed in the morning. You should come with me places, see more of the palace than this room and yours." She shrugged. "Perhaps." But I could hear in her voice that she was excited about the possibility. I wondered if I should train Nina for travel. It would be nice to have her with me next time I went abroad. But if she really was planning on leaving within the next year or so, it might not be worth it. I knew I couldn't keep one maid forever, but I dreaded the thought of someone replacing her. I went down for breakfast the next day and noticed that Aaron didn't come. I worried he was upset with me. We never stayed cross with each other for long, but I hated when that happened at all. Aaron felt like a piece of me sometimes. I didn't notice until a bit later that Camille didn't make it either. I assumed one of two things had happened. Aaron had come to his senses and told her that he needed to consider other options, and they were both in the process of avoiding each other. Or they'd spent the night together and were maybe still in bed. I wondered what Dad would think about that. Then I realized that a few of the boys were missing as well. Maybe Camille and Aaron weren't wrapped in each other's arms after all. It was possible there was a bug going around. That was far more likely, and much less exciting. I left the dining hall to find Leland and Ivan waiting for me. They both bowed deeply.
"Your Highness," Ivan greeted, "your presence is requested in the great room for the greatest date of your life."
I smirked. "Oh, really?" Leland chuckled.
"We were up all night working. Please say you're free right now."
I checked the clock on the wall. "I have maybe an hour." Ivan perked up.
"That's plenty of time. Come with us."
They both offered their elbows, and I grabbed onto them, allowing myself to be escorted into the great room. Along the back wall, a small stage had been set up, and covered with what appeared to be tablecloths from our Christmas supplies. Spotlights that we sometimes brought out for parties were aimed at the center of the stage, and as we approached, the boys all shushed one another as they stood in a line. I was brought to the lone chair right in front of the stage, and I took my seat, simultaneously curious and confused. Winslow spread his arms wide.
"Welcome to the first ever selection variety show, starring a bunch of losers competing for your attention."
I laughed. At least they owned it. Calvin jumped off to the side and sat at the piano, playing music that had a ragtime feel, and everyone left the stage except for Winslow. He bowed solemnly, but when he stood back up, he smiled hugely, bringing 3 beanbags in front of him. Then he started juggling. It was so silly I had to laugh. Winslow turned to the side, and from off stage someone threw a 4th beanbag, then a 5th, and 6th. He managed to keep them going for a couple of tosses before they all fell to the ground, with one slapping him on the head. Everyone lamented, but applauded his efforts. Even me. Lodge got out a bow and arrow, and a target covered with balloons, then managed to shoot and pierce each one. As they burst, glitter flew out of them, slowly settling on the floor. All the while Calvin played on, switching up tunes for each act. Fox, who I was surprised would rope himself into another group date, got on stage and drew. Horribly. I was sure Austin had made better stick figures as a child. But since this show seemed to either be highlighting their strengths in a ludicrous way or shrugging off their weaknesses as comedy, it ended up being quite charming. I was trying to think of a way to inconspicuously pilfer the picture he drew of me, which was little more than a balloon-shaped head and some brown waves of hair coming off it. I'd been drawn and painted countless times, but they never came out that sweet. Leland sang, Julian hula-hooped, Ivan bounced a soccer ball for an incredibly long time, and Gunnar read a poem.
"Our lovely Princess Edelin, it's hard to rhyme your name, and though we really ticked you off, we love you all the same."
I giggled the whole way through it, as did most of the boys. The grand finale was the 8 of them cluttered on stage dancing. Well, trying to dance. There was a lot of grinding and hip-shaking, to the point that I blushed a few times. In the end, I really was impressed. They'd organized the whole thing overnight, both trying to entertain me and apologize at the same time. There was something really sweet about it. I applauded them as they had their final bow, giving them a standing ovation. All right, I should go to work. But what if I get some drinks in here for us instead, and we talk for a bit? They all answered affirmatively over one another, so I sent for tea and water and some cold drinks as well. We didn't bother with rolling out tables, and instead sat on the floor. Sometimes these pain-in-the-neck boys could be so nice. Aaron didn't come to dinner either. I watched as the selected boys filed in, and all our guests. Then Mom, who was running a little late. But no Aaron. Dad leaned over to me.
Where is your brother?"
I shrugged, cutting my chicken. I don't know. I haven't seen him today.
That's not like him.
I glanced around the room, looking at the remaining 19 candidates. Kyle gave me a wink, and Henry waved. Every time I looked at Gunnar, all I could think about was his silly poem. Fox nodded his head at me as our eyes met. And when Raoul stretched, I remembered the care he took teaching me to grip a bat. Oh no. It had happened. Even with the boys I hadn't spent much time with, I knew that each of them had a hold on me in some way. I already knew that some of them had claimed a spot in my ever-terrified heart. But how had it come to pass that they all mattered? I felt a heaviness settle in my chest. I was going to miss these loud, strange boys. Because even if I miraculously found one to stay with me in the end, there was no way to keep them all. I was thinking about how worried I used to be about losing my quiet house when Gavril walked in, one of the news staff we kept around for the report trailing him. He bowed in front of the head table, looking at Dad.
"I'm so sorry to bother you, Your Majesty." "Not at all. What's wrong?"
Gavril glanced at all the watching eyes.
"May I approach you?"
Daddy nodded, and Gavril whispered something in his ear. Dad squinted in disbelief.
"Married?"
He asked, only loud enough that probably Mom and I could hear. He pulled back to look into Gavril's eyes.
"Her mother approved. It's been done. All legal. He's gone."
My body turned cold, and I ran from the room.
"No, no, no,"
I mumbled, rushing up the stairs. I went to Aaron's room first. Nothing. Everything looked pristine. No sign of packing or an urgent exit. But more important, no sign of my brother. I tore from the room, heading to Camille's suite. I'd peeked in the day before and had seen her trunk spilling open with so many outfit choices, they probably could have filled my closet. The trunks were still there, all but the smallest. And no Camille. I fell into the wall, in far too much shock to process this. Aaron was gone. He'd eloped and left me here alone. I stood there in a daze, not sure what to do. Could I get him back? Gavril said something about legal. What did that mean? Was there any way to undo this? My world felt dimmer, slightly misaligned and wrong. How was I supposed to do anything without Aaron? I ended up in my room without realizing I'd even walked there. Nina held out an envelope to me. Aaron's butler delivered this for you about half an hour ago. I snatched the paper from her hands.
"Eadlin, on the off chance that the news has not reached you by the time this letter does, let me tell you what I've done. I've gone to France with Camille, and pending her parents' approval, I intend to marry her immediately. I'm sorry to have run off without you, and to have excluded you and Mom and Dad from what I always knew would be the happiest day of my life, but I felt like I had no choice. After speaking with you last night, the last few years made perfect sense to me. I always assumed your dislike for Camille stemmed from you both being in the same situation. You're young, beautiful women who will inherit a throne. And you and she handle this position in vastly different ways. She is open to everything, while you keep people at a distance. She deals out her power with humility, while you wield yours like a sword. I hate to be so blunt, though I'm sure you already know this about yourself. Still, it brings me no joy to say it. But your positions are not the reason you dislike her so. You don't like Camille because she's the only person who could ever separate you and me. Your words hit me so hard, Eadlin, because I wanted to believe you. I wanted to hear you out and consider your suggestions. I knew that if I did, one day you'd convince me to give up everything for you. Maybe even put your crown on my head, and heaven knows I would have done it. I would do anything for you. So before you could ask for my life, I gave it to Camille. I wish you could find love, Eadlin. The reckless, relentless kind that consumes you. If you could, then maybe you'd understand. I hope someday you will. My happiness with Camille is tarnished by one thing, that I may be estranged from you if you choose not to forgive me. That sadness will be great, but far more bearable than my separation from my soulmate. Even as I write this, I miss you. I cannot imagine us being so far apart. Please find a way to forgive me, and know that I love you. Maybe not as deeply as you'd like, but still. As a testimony to my desire to always be there for you, I want to give you one last piece of information, something that may help you in the coming months. More provinces are protesting the monarchy than you could guess. Not all of them, but plenty. And while it pains me to tell you this, the problem people have with the monarchy stems from one person. You. I don't know why. Perhaps because of your youth. Perhaps because of your gender. Perhaps for reasons none of us could believe. But they worry. Dad's aging beyond his years. The stress of the amount of things he's accomplished in his reign is bigger than his predecessors. And the general population thinks you will ascend soon, and they are not prepared. I hate saying those words to you, but you've already kind of guessed at this. I didn't want to let you dwell on those thoughts, hoping you could move past it. And I only tell you this because I think you can change their minds. Stop holding everyone at bay, Edelin. You can be brave and still be feminine. You can lead and still love flowers. Most important, you can be queen and still be a bride. I think those who cannot know you the way I do would finally have a glimpse of this side of you if you consider finding a mate. I could be wrong, but just in case this is the last time you ever want to speak to me, I must give you the only piece of advice I can. I hope you can forgive me. Your brother, your twin, your other piece, Aaron.
Chapter 33. I stared at the letter for the longest time. He left me. He left me for her. When the finality of it hit me, I was consumed by a wild rush of rage. I picked up the closest breakable thing and flung it across the room with every ounce of strength I had. I heard Nina gasp as the glass shattered against the wall, and that brought me back. I had completely forgotten she was there. Through heavy breaths, I shook my head. I'm sorry. I'll fix it. I didn't mean to frighten you. He's gone. Aaron's gone. What? He eloped with Camille. I ran my fingers through my hair, feeling slightly unhinged. I can't imagine why the Queen would have authorized something like this. But she unquestionably did. Gavril said it was legal downstairs. So what does that mean? I swallowed. With Camille in line for her throne, and Aaron as her prince consort, his primary duty is to France now. Ilia is nothing more than the country he was born in. Do your parents know? I nodded, but I'm not sure if he sent them letters as well. I should go to them. Nina came over and smoothed out my dress and my hair. She took a tissue to my face, blotting away any imperfections. There now, that's how my future queen should look. I threw my arms around her. You're too good to me, Nina. Hush, go to your parents, they need you. I stepped back and swiped at the tears that were so close to falling. I went down the hall, knocking on the door to Dad's room, which they generally shared. No one answered, so I risked a quick peek inside. Dad? I stepped into the huge space. I hadn't been here in so long, maybe since I was a child, and I couldn't remember if it had always been this way. The room looked more like something Mom would have decorated than him. Warm colors on the walls, books everywhere. If this was his retreat, why didn't it feel like him at all? Without Mom and Dad joining me, I felt like I was intruding and turned to go. But I was stopped in my tracks by the sight behind me. Several large, framed pictures covered the wall. There was one of Mom and Dad when they were my age, with him in his full suit and sash next to Mom in a cream-colored dress. I saw them on their wedding day, their faces covered in cake. Then there was Mom, her hair slicked back with sweat, holding 2 babies in her arms as Dad kissed her forehead, a tear falling down his cheek. Several candid shots, like a kiss or a smile, had been blown up and changed to black and white, making them seem more classic than casual. 2 things became instantly clear. First, the reason Dad's room didn't feel like it was completely his was because it wasn't. He had all but turned it into a shrine to Mom. Or rather, a shrine to the 2 of them and how deeply they loved each other. I saw it every day, but it was different seeing the images they both looked at before falling asleep each night. They were meant to be, even after dozens of obstacles, and they liked to be reminded of it constantly. Second, I could see why Aaron would give me up. Give all of us up. For a chance at this? If he even got a scrap of the love Mom and Dad had, it would be justified. In that moment, I knew I needed to tell them what Aaron's letter said. They would understand, perhaps better than anyone on the planet, why he had to go. They'd certainly understand better than I could. They weren't in the dining hall, or Dad's office, or Mom's room. In fact, the hallways were abnormally empty. There wasn't a single guard in sight. "Hello?" I called into the dimly lit air. "Hello?" Finally, a pair of guards came running around the corner.
"Thank God," one said. "Go to the king and tell him we found her."
The second guard raced away while the first faced me and took a deep breath.
"You need to come with me to the hospital wing, Your Highness. Your mother has had a heart attack."
As quiet as it was, it sounded like he was screaming. I couldn't think of what to say or do, but I knew I had to get to her. Even in heels, I outpaced the guard, running as fast as I could. The only thoughts passing through my head were how wrong I'd been about so many things, how snippy I'd been with her when I'd wanted my way, and I was sure that she knew I loved her, but I needed to tell her one more time. In front of the hospital wing, Aunt May sat next to Miss Marley, who appeared to be deep in prayer. Austin mercifully wasn't present, but Caden was there trying so hard to look brave. Lady Bryce was there as well, pacing on the outskirts of the scene. But the true fear of the moment was summed up in Dad. He clung to General Ledger, holding on to him for dear life, his fingers digging into the back of his uniform. He was unabashedly crying, and I never heard such a painful sound. I hoped I never would again.
"I can't lose her. I don't know. I don't..."
General Ledger grabbed him by the shoulders.
"Don't think about that now. We need to believe she'll be fine, and you need to think about your children."
Dad nodded, but I could tell he didn't quite believe he was capable. "Daddy?" I called, my voice breaking. He turned to me and opened his arms. I bolted right to him, squeezing him. I let myself cry, not concerned with pride at the moment. "What happened?"
"I don't know, honey. I think the shock of Aaron leaving was too much. Heart problems run in her family, and she's been so anxious lately."
His voice changed, and I knew he wasn't really talking to me anymore.
"I should have made her rest more. I should have asked her for less. She did everything for me."
General Ledger grabbed his arm.
"You know how stubborn she is," he said kindly. "Do you think for 1 second she'd have let you make her slow down?"
They both shared a sad smile. Dad nodded.
"Okay, so now we wait."
General Ledger let him go.
"I need to go home and tell Lucy and get fresh clothes. I'll call her mother if you haven't already."
Dad sighed to himself.
"I didn't even think about it. I got it, and I'll be back within an hour. Whatever you need, I'm here.
Dad let me go and embraced General Ledger once more.
Thank you.
I walked away, going to stand by the door. I wondered if she could sense I was near. I felt so angry. At everyone. At me. If the people hadn't asked for so much, or if I had done more. I wasn't ready to lose my mother. I kept thinking that I couldn't live my life for other people, that love was nothing but chains. And maybe it was. But so help me, I needed these chains. I let myself feel the weight of Aaron leaving, the weight of my father's worry, and most important, the weight of my mother's life hanging in the balance. These things didn't make me weaker. They held my soul to the earth. I wasn't going to run from them anymore. I turned at the sound of the footsteps, aware that a mass of people was approaching. I was humbled, moved beyond words, to see each of the selected come around the corner. Kyle looked at me.
We've come to pray.
Tears filled my eyes and I nodded. The gentlemen scattered, some leaning in a corner and others perching on benches. They bowed their heads or lifted them, all for my mother. They'd caused such an upheaval in my life, and I was so glad they did. Hale kept his fist to his mouth, rocking on his feet nervously. Ian, as I expected, was very steady, arms crossed in concentration. Henry leaned forward on his bench, his curls flopping over his eyes. And I was happy to see that, even though he didn't need to come, Eric stood beside him. Kyle found his mother, and they held each other. Kyle was actually moved to tears for Mom, and strangely, that tenderness made me feel stronger. My eyes moved from him to the other remaining boys, and I thought again of how each of them had grown on me in his own way. And I looked over at Dad. His face was red from crying. His suit was all rumpled, and I could see the distress in every molecule of his body, horrified at the thought of his wife dying. It wasn't all that long ago that he'd stood where I did, that my mom's face was one of many in his world. And yet, despite all the impediments and all the time that had passed, they were still deeply in love. It was obvious in everything, from their shared room to the way they fretted over each other, to the way they seemed to be incapable of not flirting with each other even after being married so long. If anyone had told me I might consider that a possibility for myself a month ago, I'd have rolled my eyes and walked away. Now? Well, it didn't seem so far-fetched. I didn't expect to find what my parents had, or even what Aaron had found with Camille. But maybe I could find something. Maybe there would be one person who'd still want to kiss me when I had a runny nose, or would rub my shoulders after a long day of meetings. Maybe I could find someone who didn't seem so scary, who made letting him past the wall seem natural. But all that still could be asking for too much. Either way, I couldn't slow now. I knew that for my sake, for my family's sake, I had to finish my selection. And when I did, I'd have a ring on my finger. This is Brittany Presley. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Heir by Kiera Cass. This program was produced by Elgin Productions. The director was John McElroy. Executive producer Caitlin Gehring. Text copyright 2015 by Kiera Cass. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.